Chapter 18 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. You, happy, across whose tablets a kind of fate draws the sponge of oblivion even while you write, who leave the cup half emptied and the feast half finished. You, from whose thoughts ambition passes in warm meridian glow, who nourish expectation and hope to the very verge of the unknown. You, who leave the warm with the sweet wine of living, your dim way lit with the shine of love, your fingers locked in the clasp of friendship. You, to whom all these things gently minister and smooth the path of the inevitable. You, who die but once and die so easily, surely cannot comprehend the full measure of my sufferings. Oh, it was horrible and sickening to feel the old world reel and spin like this beneath my laggard feet, to see crowns and states and people flit by like idle shadows on a sunny wall, to espouse great quarrels that set men into wide asunder camps, and to wake and find the quarrel long since over and forgotten, to swear allegiance to a king and love and serve him, and then to find, in the beat of a pulse, that he had gone and was forgotten, to be the bearer of proud news that should kindle joy in 1,000,000 hearts, and then to wake, when even the meaning of that news, the very cause and purport of it, was long since past and gone. It was surely bitter. And for myself, I, who, as you know, link a ready sympathy with any cause, who love and live and hope with a fervour which no experience quenches and no adversity can dim, to be thus cut adrift from all I lived and hoped for, to be cast like this onto the bleak friendless shore of some age, remote, unknown, unvalued, surely it was a mischance as heavy as any mischance could be. I had not any friend in all that universe, I said to myself as I lay and thought sad thoughts upon the grassy mound. A friend! Not one kind human heart in this hive of human atoms set store by me. Not one had heard I lived. Not one cared if I died. There was not in all the world one question of how I fared, one wish that ran in union with any wish of mine, one single link to join me to my kind. And what links could I forge again? How could I set out to hope afresh, or love or fear or wish for? Hope! Gods! Had I not hopes yesterday? And what were they now? A tawdry, silly sheaf of tinselled fancies. And love! How could I love, remembering the new dead Isabel? And fear and desire! Neither touched the accursed monotony of my desolation. Either would have been a boon from heaven to break the miserable calm of my despair. It was thus I reasoned with myself for hours as the gathering darkness settled down, and, poor as I had often been, and comradeless, I do not think in all a long and varied life I had ever felt more reft of friends or melancholy lonesome. In vain my mind was racked to piece the evidence of that huge lapse of time which, there was no doubt, had passed since the great battle on the Crecy hills. I could recall, as they have been set down, every incident of the voyage, my escape, and what had followed the awakening, but the sleep itself was to me even now just one long, soft, dreamless, well-earned slumber from point to point. So absolutely natural had been that wondrous trance that to think on it would make me start up with a cry and shake my fist to where, in the valley, the lights of Elizabeth's camp were faintly shining among the trees, and half persuade myself that this were the dream, that the yellow-haired princess had somehow mocked me, that Edward indeed still lived with my jolly comrades, and I might still hope to win renown and smiles amid them, and see those that I knew, and drink red wine from friendly flagons. Then I would remember all the many signs that told the princess had not fooled me, had but spoke the cruel naked truth. Down I would sink again on the turf under the deepening shadows, and bewail my lot. tossed fiercely about like this. Time passed unnoticed. The day went out in the west behind the pale amber and green satin curtains of the sunset, and, while I sat and grieved, the yellow stars climbed into the sky. All the sweet, silent planets of the night set out upon their unseen pathways and airy parabolas, and behind the thicket that sheltered me, the moon got up and threw across the lonely road a tracery of black and silver shadows. The evening air blew strong and cool upon my flushed hot brow, and lulled the teeming thoughts that crowded there. Soft velvet bats came down, and the faint lisp of their hollow wings brushing by me was kindly and sympathetic. Overhead the sallows hung out 1,000 golden points to the small people of the twilight, and a faint perfume, an incense of hope, fell on me with the yellow dust of those gentle flowers. If I say these cool influences somewhat respirited me, you will deride my changing mood. Yet why should I hesitate for that? I did grow calmer under the gentle caressing of the evening. It was all so fair and still about me presently, and there was this star that I knew, and that, and the night owl churning overhead was surely the very same bird that had sung above my hunter couch in the Saxon woodlands, and the lonely trumpet of the heron, flying homeward up the valley, brought back a score of peaceful memories. After all, men might change and go, shallow small puppets that they were, but this at least was the same old earth about me, and that was something. I would find a sheltered corner and sleep. Mayhap, with tomorrow's dawn, the world might look a little brighter. Just as this wise resolution was on the point of being put in force, the faint sound of horse hoofs, demurely walking up towards my lurking place, came down on the night wind, and, retiring a moment into the deep shadows, I had not long to wait before the same shaggy palfrey and the same dreamy old fellow met earlier in the day came pacing along the road. The scholar, for so I guessed him, looked neither to right nor left. His strange thin face was turned full up to the moonlight, and the bright rays shone upon his vacant eyes and long white beard with a strange sepulchral lustre. He was letting the reins hang loose upon his pony's neck, and, as he came near, thinking himself alone, he stretched out his long sinewy hands in front, and it was plain to see his lips worked in the moonlight with unspoken thoughts quicker than an abbot's at an unpaid-for mass. Utterly oblivious to everything around, in the white shine of the great night planet, old, lunatic and gaunt, he looked, methought, the strangest wayfarer that ever rode down a woodland lane by nightfall. He was indeed so weird and unapproachable in his reverie that, though I had felt a small gleam of pleasure in first recognising something which, if not friend, was at least acquaintance, yet now as he drew nigh, remote and visionary, with glassy eyes fixed on the twinkling stars, and thin white locks lifting about his broad and wrinkled forehead, I hesitated to greet him, and stood back. But that palfrey he bestrode was more watchful than his rider. He saw me loom dark among the hazels, and came to so sudden a stop as threw the old man forward upon his ears, and, whatever his fancies may have been, jerk them clean from sky to earth in less time than it takes to write. The scholar pulled himself together, and, with some show of valour, threw back his wide cloak from his right shoulder, and uncovered on his other side the hilt of a tarnished rusty sword. Then, peeping and peering all about, he cried, "Ho, you there in the shadows! Be ye thieves or beggars? Know that I have nothing to give and less to lose." "And he who stops your way, sir," I answered, stepping forward into the clear, "is exactly in like circumstance." "Oh, it is you, friend, is it?" cried the old man, seeming much relieved. "I thought I had fallen into a nest of footpads, or at the least a camp of beggars." "Your open declaration, sir, backed by certain evidences of its obvious truth, ought to have taken you safely through the worst infested thicket hereabouts." No doubt, no doubt, but I am glad it is you and not another. First, because desirable friendships are rarely made by moonlight, and secondly, because you have been in my mind the few hours since we parted. I am honoured in that particular, and your courtesy moves me the more because I was only now thinking there were none upon the face of the earth who were doing so much by me. You are green, young man, and therefore apt to let a passing whim, a shadow of disappointment, lead to hasty generalising. You fared not as you hoped at yonder court. And the old man bent his keen grey eyes upon me with a searching shrewdness there was no gainsaying. No, in faith I fared badly beyond all expectation. And what were you projecting just now, when, like the ass of Balaam, this most patient beast saw you in the way and interrupted my reflection so roughly? Why, at that very moment, sir, I said, I was looking for a likely place to pass the night. What, on the moss? With no better hangings to your couch than these lean, draughty, leafless boughs? 'Tis an honourable bed, sir, and I have fared worse when I have been far richer. Oh, what a happy thing it is to be young and full of choler and folly! Not but that I have done the same myself, chuckled the old man. For thou knowest mandrake must be gathered only at the full moon, and hemlock roots are digged i' the dark. Many a twilight such as this I spent groping in the murky woods, picking those things that witches love, and not gone home with full wallet until the owls were homing and the pale white stars were waxing sickly in the morning light. Nevertheless, sir, take an old man's word, and presume not too largely on the immunities of youth. I have no drier bed. No, but I have. Come back with me tonight, and I will lodge you safe and sound until the morning. Thanks for the proffer, yet this is surely extreme courtesy between two wayfarers so newly met as we are. And do I, sir? He cried, holding out his thin and shaky palms there in the pallid light, a gaunt and ragged-looking spectre, a houseless, homeless, visionary vagrant. Do I, sir, seem some broiling spendthrift, some loose hedge companion, some shallow-pated swashbuckler, hail fellow well met with one and all? I have not said so much civility as I did just now to any one these 20 years. The more thanks are due from him in whose favour you make so great and generous exception. Is it distant to your lodgment? But a few miles straight ahead of us. Then I will go with you, for it were churlish to slight so good an offer out of bare waywardness. And I tightened my belt and took the ragged, ungroomed little steed by the rusty cord-mended bit, and, with these two strange companions, set out I knew not how or where, and cared but little. At first that quaint old man seemed more elated than could reasonably be expected at having secured me for a guest. He did not openly avow it, but I was not so young or unread in men but that I could decipher his pleasure in voice and eye even while he talked on other subjects. How this interest came, what he could hope to get or have of me, however, was well past my comprehension. My dress and rustic garb spoke me his inferior in place and station, while, certes, my rags and tatters made me seem poor even after my humble kind. He was a gentleman, though the sorriest looking one who ever put a leg across a saddle. And I was afoot, a gloomy, purseless, unweaponed loiterer in the shadows. What could he need of me that lent such lustre to his eyes, and caused him to chuckle so hoarsely far down in his lean and withered throat? The morrow no doubt would show, and in the meantime, being still morose and sad, smarting to have unwittingly played the fool so much, and full of grief and sorrow, I responded but dully to his learned talk. Feeling this, and being only slenderly attached to mundane things at best, his mind wandered from me after a mile or two. His eyes grew fixed and expressionless, his hands dropped supine upon the pummel, his chin sank down upon the limp, worn yellow ruffles on his chest, and senseless, disconnected murmurs ran from his lips like water dripping from a leaky cask. I let him babble as he liked, and trudged along in silence, leaving the road to that sagacious beast who, with drooped head and stolid purpose, went pacing on without a look either to right or left. And you will guess my thoughts were melancholy. Yesterday I was an honoured soldier, the confidant of a proud victorious king, the comrade of a shining band of princely brethren, as good a knight as any that breathed among a host of heroes, the clear honoured leading star, the bright example to a horde of stalwart veterans, with all the fair wide fields of renown and reputation lying inviting before me, all the pleasant lethe of struggle and ambition open to my search, and I had strong true friends abroad and loving ones at home. And now, oh, I beat my hand upon my bosom and spent impotent curses on the starlight sky. To think how all was changed, to think how those splendid princely shadows were gone, how all those sweet, rough spearmen who had ridden with me, fetlock deep through the crimson mire of Crécy, had passed out into the void, leaving me here desolate, poor, accursed. This empty hand that trained the spear, that had shot princes and paladins to earth under the full gaze of crowned Christendom, turned to a low horseboy's duty, my golden mail changed to a hedgeman's muddy smock, on foot, degraded, friendless and forlorn. But it was no good grieving. My melancholy served somehow to pass the way, and when, presently, I shook it off again with one fierce final sigh, and peered about, we were slowly winding down a dark road between high banks into a deeply wooded glen lying straight ahead. I had noticed now and then, as we came along, a twinkling light or two standing off from the white roadway amid the deep black shadows of the evening, and each time had slowed my gloomy stride, thinking this were the place we aimed for. Now it was a shepherd's lonely cot, high perched amid the open furze and ling, with a faint red beam of warmth and light coming from the glowing hearth within. Ah, here we be, I thought. So learning is lodged with fleecy simplicity, and cons his Ovid amid the things the sweet Latin loved, or reads bucolic Horace beneath a herdsman's oak. But that glum palfrey did not stop, and his fantastic master made no sign. Then it would be a wayside cottage, all criss-cross faced with beam of wood after the new fashion, and overgrown with rose and eglantine. Then this is it, I sighed, a comely, peaceful harbourage. One could surely lie safer from the winds of blustering fortune in this tiny shell than a small white maggot in a winter-hidden nut. And I put my hand upon the dim trestle gate. But stamp, stamp, the steed went on, and the master never took his chin from off his bosom. Well, we had passed in this way some few small homesteads, and seen the glow-worm lights of a fair sleeping Tudor village or two shine remote in the starlight valleys. And then we came all at the same solemn pace, the same gloomy silence, into that deep shadowed dell I spoke of. We dipped down out of the honest white radiance between high banks on either hand, so high that bush and shrub were locked in tangles overhead, and not a blink of light came through. Down that strange black zigzag we slipped and scrambled, the loose stones rattling beneath our feet in pitchy darkness, with never a sound to break the stillness but the heavy breathing of the horse, and now and then the gurgle of an unseen streamlet running somewhere in the void. We staggered down this hell-dark pathway for a lonely mile, and then there loomed up from the blackness on my right hand a mouldy, broken terrace wall, all loose and cracked, with fallen coping slabs and pedestals displaced, and hideous, stony, graven monsters here and there glowering in the blackness at us who passed below. 200 paces down this wall we went, and then came to an opening. At the same moment the pale moon shone out full overhead and showed me a gate, a garden, and beyond an empty mansion, so white, so ruinous and ghastly, so marvellously like a dead, expressionless face suddenly gleaming over the black pall of the night, that I tightened my hand upon the snaffle strap I held, and bit my lip, and thanked my fate it was not there I had to sleep. Yet could I not help staring at that place. The wall turned in on either side to meet those gates. They had once been noble and well wrought and gilded, for here and there the better metal shone in spots amid the wide expanse of rusty iron that formed them. But now they were like the broken fangs, methought, of some old hag more than aught else. The left of these two rotten portals never opened. The nettle and wild creepers were twined thick about its shattered lower bars, while its fellow stood ajar, with one hinge gone and sagging over, desperately envious, it seemed, of the small footway that wound amid the rank wild herbage past it. And then that garden! Jove! Was ever such a ghostly wilderness, such a tangled labyrinth of decay and neglect, born out of the kind, fertile bosom of gentle Mother Earth? Never before had I seen black cypresses throw such funereal shadows. Never had I known the winter-worn things of summer look so ghoul-like and horrible. But worst of all was the mansion beyond, a straggling pile with mighty chimney-stacks, from whence no pleasant smoke curled up, and silent grassy courtyards and lonely flights of broken steps leading to lonely terraces, and 100 empty windows staring empty-socketed back upon the dead white light that shone so straight and cruel upon them. Oh, it was all most forlorn and melancholy, surely an unholy place, steeped deep with the indelible stain of some black story, and I turned me gladly from it. I turned, and as I did so the horse came to a sudden stop, stopped, calm and resolutely, before that ill-omened portal. This woke his master, who stared and looked up. He saw the house and gates in the full stream of the moonlight, and then turned to me. "Welcome," he cried, "right welcome to my home. Oh, you shall sleep snug enough tonight. Look at the shine on't. They have lit up to welcome us." And he pointed with a long fleshless finger to those ghostly windows. "Oh!" came like a dead voice the echo of his laughter out of the blank courtyard depth, and the old man, so strange and wild, struck his rusty spurs upon the bare-sounding ribs of his beast, and turned and rode straight through the portal. For 1 minute I held back. 'Twas all so grim and tragic-looking, and I was weak, shaken with grief and fasting, unweaponed and alone. For 1 minute I held back, and then the red flush of anger burnt hot upon my forehead to think I had been so near to fearing. I tossed back my black Phrygian locks, and with an angry stride, my spirit roused by that moment's weakness, strode sternly across the threshold. Down the white gravel way we twined, the loose neglected path gleaming wet with night dew. We brushed by thickets of dead garden things, such as had once been tall and fair, but now tainted the night air with their rottenness. We stepped over giant brambles and great fallen hemlocks, little hedge-pigs, so forsaken was it all, trotting down the path before us, and bats flitting about our heads. In one place had been a fountain, and Pan himself standing by it. The fountain was choked with giant dock and cress, wherefrom some frogs croaked with dismal glee, while Pan had fallen and lay in pieces on his face across the way. So we came in a moment or two to the house, and there my guide dismounted, and pulled bit and bridle, saddle and saddle-cloth from his pony. That beast turned and stepped back into the shadows of the desolate garden, vanishing with strange suddenness, but whither I could not guess. Then the old man produced a green rusty key from under his belt, and putting it to the lock of the door at top of that flight of broken steps, which looked as though no foot had trodden them for 50 years, he turned the rusty wards. The grind and wail of those stiff bolts had almost human sadness in it. And then we entered a long, lonely, chilly hall. Here my guide felt for flint and steel, and I own I heard the click of the stone and metal, and saw the first sparks spring and die upon the pavement with reasonable satisfaction. 'Twould have made a good picture had someone been by to limn it. That ghastly pale face that might have topped a skeleton, so bloodless was it, with sharp keen eyes, a glint in the red glow that came presently upon the tinder, that strange slouch hat, that ragged sorrel graveyard cloak, and all about the gleam, glancing off the crumbling finery, the worm-eaten furniture, the broken tile-stones, the empty, voiceless corridors, the doors set half ajar, the great carved banisters of the stairway that mounted into the black upper emptiness of that deserted hall. And then I myself, there by the porch, watchful and grim in my sorry rags, the greatest wonder of it all, eyeing with haughty speculation that old fellow, so ancient and yet so young, tottering and venerable under the weight of a poor 80 years perhaps, while it was 3 times as much since strong-limbed, supple, I had even sat to a meal. It was truly strange, and I waited for anything that might come next with calm resignation, a listless faith in the integrity of chance which put me beyond all those gusty emotions of hope and fear which play through the fledgling hearts of lesser men. The red train of sparks lit upon the tinder while I glanced around. The old man's breath blew them into a flame, and this he set to a rushlight, then turned that pale flame in my direction as he surveyed his guest from top to toe. I bore the inspection with folded arms, and when he had done he said, "Such thews and sinews, son, as show beneath that hempen shirt of yours, such breadth of shoulder and stalwartness, can scarcely be nourished on evening dew and sad reflections. Have you eaten lately?" "In truth, sir, it was some time ago I last sat to meal," was my response, "and whether it be our walk or the night air, I could almost fancy your father's father might have shared that meal with me." "Well, come then to the banquet hall, the feast is spread, and, for guests, people these shadows with whom you will." And taking the rushlight from its socket and hobbling off in front, that strange host of mine led down the corridor to where a great archway led into the main chamber of the house. It was as desolate and silent as every other place, vast, roomy, blank and gloomy. All along one side were latticed windows, looking out upon that dead garden, and the moonbeams, coming through them, threw faint reflections of escutcheon and painted glass upon the dusty floor. Here and there the panes were broken, and draughts from these swayed the frayed and tattered hangings with ghostly undulations. Ah, and at the top of the room an open door, leading into unknown blackness, kept softly opening and shutting in the current, as though, with melancholy monotony, it was giving admittance to unseen, voiceless company. But nothing said my friend to excuse all this. He led up the long black table, with rows of seats and benches fit to seat 100 guests, until at the lonely top he found and lit the 4 branches of a little oil lamp of green mouldy bronze, such as one takes from ancient crypts. And when the 4 little flames grew up smoky and dim, they shone upon a napkin, ready laid, a flask, a pitcher, and a plate, flanked by a horn-handled knife and spoon, and an oaken salt-cellar. Then the old Earl next went to a cupboard in a niche, and brought out bread on a trencher, a cheese upon a round leaden dish, and a curious flask of old Italian wine. I stared at my host in wonder, for I could have sworn a Saxon hand had trimmed his knife and spoon. His lamp was Etruscan, as truly as I lived, though heaven only knew how he came by it. And that pitcher, why, Jove, I knew the very Roman pottery marks upon it, the maker's sign and name, the very kiln that glazed it. He laid a plate for me, and cut the loaf, and filled our tankards. And, "Eat," he said, "the feast is small, but we have that sauce the wise have told us would make a worse into a banquet." "Thanks," I said, "I have in truth sat to wider spreads, yet this is more than I could, a few short hours since, have reasonably hoped for. And so I began, and broke his bread, and turned about the cheese, and poured the wine, and made a very good repast out of such modest provender. But, as you may guess, between every mouthful I could not help looking up and about me, at the wise mad features of that quaint old man, now far away and visionary, again lost in thought and fantasy, and then out through the broken mullions into that pallid garden of white spectral things and inky shadows lying so death-like in the moonshine, and so once more my eye would wander to the long sombre hall, the stately high-backed chairs all rickety and moth-eaten, and the door that gently opened now and then to admit the sighing of the night wind and nothing more. Well, I will not weary you with experiences so empty. At last the most spectral meal that ever mortal sat to was over, and the old man roused himself, and, like one who comes reluctantly from deep thought, drained out his goblet to the dregs, and turned it down, and swept the crumbs into his plate, and, standing up, said in a somewhat friendly tone, "You will be weary, stranger guest, and mayhap I am to-night but a poor host. If it pleased you, I would show you to a chamber which, though mayhap somewhat musty like much else of mine, shall nevertheless be drier than yon couch of yours out there by the hazel thicket." "Musty or not, good sir, I do confess a bed will be welcome. It must be near 400 years at least, that is to say, it must be very long, my sleepy eyes suggest, since I was lain on one." "Come then." "Yet half a minute, sir, before we go. This garb of mine, I do not deign to advert to its poorness for my own sake, but it does such small credit to your honour and hospitality. Fortune in other times gave me the right to wear the hose and surtout of a gentleman, if you had such a livery by you." The scholar thought a space, then bid me stay where I was, and took the rushlight and went down the passage. In a few minutes he was back, with a swathe of faded raiment upon his arm, and threw them down upon the bench. "There, choose," he cried. "It was like a young man to think of tomorrow's clothing between supper time and bed." The raiment was as mysterious as everything else hereabout. It was all odds and ends and quaint old fashions and tags of finery, the faded panoply of state and pride, the green vest of a forest ranger, the gabardine of a marshal of the lists, suits for footmen with the devices I had seen upon the ruined gates worked on the front in golden thread, and some few courtly things, such as idle young lords will wear a day or two and then throw by to wear some newer. Out of the latter I selected a suit that looked as though it would fit me, and though a little crumpled, was still in reasonable condition. This vestment, after the fashion of the time, consisted of tight hose and much puffed breeches, a fine silk waistcoat coming far down, and a loose and ample coat upon it, with wide shoulders and long tight sleeves. When I add this suit was of amber velvet, lined and puffed with primrose satin, you will understand that, saving the certain mouldiness about it I have mentioned, it was as good as any reasonable man could desire. I rolled it up and put it under my arm, then turned to my host with something of a smile at the strangeness of it all. "A supper, sir," I said, "and shelter, a suit of velvet, and then a bed. Why, surely this is rare civility between two chance companions met on a country road." "Ah," answered the old man, "and if you were as old as I am, you would know it is rare, but that such things must somehow be paid for." And he eyed me curiously a moment from under those penthouse eyebrows. "Is there anything more you lack?" he continued. "To-night it is yours to ask and mine to give." "Since you put it to me, worthy host," I responded, "there is one other thing I need, something a soldier likes, whether it be in court or camp, in peaceful hall like this, or on the ridges of a dank battlefield. A straight, white comrade that I could keep close to me all day, a dear companion who would lie nigh by my side at night. Believe me, I have never been without such.' ' And believe me, young man, I cannot humour you. Fie, if that's your fancy, why did you leave yon wanton camp? Gads, but they would have lined you there civilly enough. But what, do you think I can conjure you a pretty painted lemon for a plaything out of these black shadows all about us?' Whereat I answered seriously, 'You mistake my meaning, sir. It was no gentle damsel that I needed, but such a companion as I have ever had. In brief, a weapon, a sword. It was only this I thought of.' I heard the old man mutter as he turned away, 'A curse on young men and their wants. New suits, supper and wine, lemon, weapons. Oh, it's just the same with all of them.' And he took the taper from the table and signed me to follow. He led me down the hall with its bare cold flagstones and sombre panelling, dimly seen under the feeble gleaming light he carried, and in a few paces my grim host stopped and held that shine aloft. It shone redly on a tarnished trophy of arms, chainmail and helmets, whence he bid me choose whatever took my fancy, making the while small effort to hide his contempt for the obvious eagerness and pleasure with which I sampled that dusty hoard. After a minute or two I selected a strong Spanish blade, a little light and playful perhaps, with golden arabesques all down it, and a pretty fluted hollow for the foeman's blood, and a chased love knot at the hilt. Yet, nevertheless, a good blade, and serviceable, with an edge as keen as a lover's eye, and a temper as true as ever, was got into good steel, I thought, as I sprang it on the tiles between hammer and anvil. This Toledo blade had a cover of black velvet, bound and hooped with silver bands, and a stout belt of like kind, nicely suiting that livery I carried upon my arm. I bound the sword about me, and after being so long unweaponed, found it wondrous comfortable and pleasant wear. "Now then, Sir Host," I cried, "lead on. If this chamber of thine were in the porch of paradise, or in the nethermost pit of hell, I am equally ready to explore it." Up the gloomy stairs we went, now to right and then to left, by corridors and passages, until the road we came was hopelessly mazed to me, and soon my host led to a wider, gloomier avenue of silent doorways than any we had passed. "Choose," he laughed, "choose you a bed. Better men than you have lodged and died within these cheerful chambers." And that wild old man, with furrowed face and mad sparkling eyes, seeming in that small round globe of light like some spectral remnant of the fortunes of his lonely house, opened door after door for me to note the grim black solitudes within. In every chamber hung the same staring portraits on the wall, cold, proud, dead eyes fixed hard upon you wherever you might look. On every rotten cornice were tattered hangings, half shrouding those dim cobwebbed windows that gaze so wistfully out upon the moonlit garden, and dusky panelled doors and cupboard casements that gently creaked and moved upon the sighing draught till you could swear ghostly fingers played upon the latches. The same stern black furniture, crumbling and decayed, was in each set straight against the walls. The same cenotaph four-posted bedsteads, with ruined tapestries and mouldy coverlets. "Choose," he laughed, with a horrid goblin laughter that rattled down the empty corridors. "My house is roomy, though the guests be few and silent." But in truth there was little to choose where all was so alike. Therefore, and not to seem the least bit moved by all this dreadfulness, I threw down my borrowed clothes and rapier upon the settle in one of the first rooms we happed upon, and said, "Here then, good host, and thanks for courteous harbourage. What time doth sound reveille? What time, I mean, doth thy household wake?" "My household, stranger, sleeps on for ever. They will not wake for any mortal sunrise. I spend the long night hours in work and vigil." And he looked at me with the gloomy fanaticism of an absent mind. "Yet you must wake again. he went on after a minute. I have something to ask thee to-morrow, perhaps something to show. Why then, until we meet again, good night and pleasant vigils, since it is to them you go. Good night, young man, and sober sleep. Remember, this is no place to dream of tilts and tourneys, of lost causes or light lemon love. And muttering to himself as he shuffled down the bare dusty floors, I heard him pass away from corridor to corridor and flight to flight, until even that faint sound was swallowed by the cavernous silence of the sepulchral mansion, and night and impenetrable stillness fell on those empty stairways and gaunt voiceless rooms. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I slept all that night in a deep unbroken slumber, waking with the first glimpse of morning, calm and refreshed, but very sleepily perplexed at my surroundings. It was only after long cogitations that the thread of my coming hither took form and shape. When at last I had examined myself in my antecedents and reduced them to the melancholy present, I got up and looked from the window. A fair tract of country lay outside, deep wooded and undulating, with pastoral meadows in between the hangers, and beyond, in the open, that streamlet whose prattle had been heard the night before lay spread into a broad rushy tarn overgrown with green weeds and water things, and then, running on through the flat soft meadows of the hollow where the house was built, wound into the far distance, where it joined something that shone in the low white light like the gleam of a broader river. It was not a cheerful morning, for it had rained much, and the chilly mist hung low and still about these sombre wooded thickets, and the long grass between them. The sleepy rooks in the nests upon the bare tree-tops were later to wing than usual, cawing melancholy from the sodden boughs as though loath to leave them. And down below nothing sang or moved but the dark black merle fluttering along the covert side, and the mavis turning a plaintive and uncertain note from off the wet fir tops. When I had stared my full and learnt little from the outlook, I donned those clothes that I had borrowed, and they were a happy choice. They fitted me like a lady's glove, and, as I laced and hooked and belted them before a yellow mirror let into the black panel of my chamber door, I could not but feel that they looked a goodly fashion for one of my make and build. I had not seemed so stalwart and so sleek, so straight in limb and broad in shoulder, since I was a Saxon thane. Then I belted on that pretty sword round my nicely tapering middle, and ran my fingers through my black eastern locks, arranging them trimly inside my high-standing frill, and took another look or two into the glass. And then, with a derisive smile, a little scornful at the secret pleasure those fine feathers gave me, I went forth. Surely never did mortal mason build such a house before. The deepest, densest forest path that ever my hunter's foot had trodden was simple to those mazes of curly stairs and dim passages and wooden alleys that led by tedious ways to nothing, and creaking rotten steps that beguiled the wanderer by sinuous repetitions from desolate wing to wing and flight to flight. And all the time that I wrestled with those labyrinthine mazes in the struggle to reach latitudes I knew, not a sign could I see of my host, nor a whisper could I catch of human voice or familiar sound in that dusty, desolate wilderness. Such an impenetrable stagnation hung over that empty habitation that the crow of a distant cock or the yelp of a village cur would have been a blessed interruption, but neither broke the vault-like solemn stillness. From room to room I went, opening countless doors at random, all leading into spacious mouldy chambers, bare and tenantless, feeling my way by damp neglected wall and dangerous broken floorings to endless cobwebbed windows, unbarring wooden casements and letting in the watery light that only made the inner desolation more ghostly conspicuous. But nothing human could I find, nor any prospect but that same one I had seen before of damp woodlands and marshy water meadows out beyond. Perhaps for half an hour had I adventured thus hopelessly, lost in the dusty bowels of that stupendous building, and then, just as I was near despairing of an exit and meditating a leap from a casement onto the stony terraces below, opening one final door that might well have been but a household cupboard for the storing of linen and raiment, there at my feet was the great main staircase, leading by many a turn and staging to the central hall below. I put, with the point of my sword, a cross upon the outside of that cupboard door, so that I might know it again if need be, and then descended. Had you seen me coming down those Tudor steps in that Tudor finery, my hand upon the hilt of my long steel rapier perked behind me, my great ruffle and my curled moustache, my strong soldier limbs squeezed into those sweet-fitting satin hose and sleeves, so stern and grim, so lonely and silent in the white glimmer of the morning shine that came from distant lattice and painted oriel, you well might have thought me scarcely flesh and blood. Some old Tudor ancestor of that old Tudor hall stepped from a painter's canvas just as he was in life, and come with beatless feet to see what cheer his gross descendants made of it, where he had once lived so noisy and so jolly. Down the steps I came and into the banquet hall, empty and deserted like all else, and so sauntered to the table head where I had supped the evening before. Not one trace of humankind had I seen since the night, and yet that little thing quite startled me. The supper had been cleared away, another napkin spread, another plate put out with fruit and bread, and a large beaker of good new milk stood by to flank them. I stared hard at that simple seeming meal, and could not comprehend it. I was near sure the old man had not set it, yet, if he had, why was there but one plate, one place, one chair, one beaker? Was it meant for me or him? What fingers had pulled that fruit or drawn that milk still warm from its source? I would wait, I thought, and strolled off to the windows, and down them all slowly in turn, then back again to idly hum a favourite tune we had sung yesterday at Crécy. But still nothing came or stirred. Then I went into the hall and examined that trophy of weapons, and tried them all, and then unbarred the great door and went out upon the terrace, there to dangle my satin legs over the balustrades during a long interval of gloomy speculation. But not a leaf was moving, not a sign or whisper could I see of that strange old fellow who had brought me hitherto, and now did his duty by his guests so quaintly. At last I went back to the dining place, and regarded that mysterious meal with fixed attention. Now this, I thought, is surely spread for me, and if it is not, then it should be. The master of a house may get him food how and when he likes, but the guest's share is put ready to his hand. I have waited a long hour and more, the sun is high. Surely that learned pedant could not mean to belay his courtesy by starving a stranger visitor. No, it was certainly affectation to wait longer. At the worst, there must be more where these good things came from. And being hungry, and having thus appeased my conscience, I clapped my sword upon the table, and fell to work, and in a short space had made a light though sufficient meal, and cleared everything eatable completely from the table. I was the better for it, yet this strange solitude began to weigh upon me. But a few hours since, surely it was no more, I had been in a busy camp, bright with all the panoply of war, active, bustling, and here, why, the white mist seemed creeping through me. It was so damp and melancholy. The tawny mildew of these walls seemed settling down upon my spirit. Jove! I felt by comparison of what I had been and was, already touched with the clammy rottenness of this place, and slowly turning into a piece of crumbling lumber, such as lay about on every hand, a tarnished, faded monument to a life that was bygone. Oh, I could not stand the house, and, taking my cap and sword, strolled down to the garden, full of pensive thoughts, morose, uncaring, and so out into the woods beyond, and over hill and dale, a long walk that set the stagnant blood flowing in my sleepy veins, and did me tonic good. Leaving the hall where so strange a night had been spent, I strode out strongly over hill and dale for mile after mile, without a thought of where the path might lead. I stalked on all day, and came back in the evening, yet the only thing worthy of note upon that round was a familiarness of scene, a certain feeling of old acquaintance with plain and valley, which possessed me when I had gone to the farthest limit of the walk. At one hilltop I stopped and looked over a wide, gently swelling plain of verdure, with a grassy knoll or two in sight, and woods and new wheat fields shining emerald in the April sunlight, while far away the long clouds were lying steady over the dim shine of a distant sea. I thought to myself, surely I have seen all this before. Yonder knoll, standing tall among the lesser ones, why does it appeal so to me? And that distant flash of water there, among the misty woodlands a few miles to westward of it. Jove! I could somehow have sworn there had been a river there even before I saw the shine. Some sense within me knows each swell and hollow of this fair country here, and yet I know it not. They were not my Saxon glades that spread out beneath me, and the distant stream swept round no such steep as that castled mount wherefrom I had set out for Cressy. I could not justify that spark of vague remembrance, and long I sat and wondered how or when in a wide life I had seen that valley, but fruitlessly. Yet fancy did not err, though it was not for many days I knew it. Then, after a time, I turned homewards. Homeward, was it? Well, it was as much thitherward as any way I knew, though, indeed, I marvelled as I went why my feet should turn so naturally back to that gloomy mansion, peopled only by shadows and the smell of sad suggestions. Perhaps my mind just then was too inert to seek new roads, and accepted the easiest, after the manner of weak things, as the inevitable. Be this as it may, I went back that wet, misty afternoon, alone with my melancholy listlessness, through the damp, dripping woods and coppices, where the dead ferns looked red as blood in the evening glow. I was so heedless I lost my way once or twice, and, when at length the dead front of the old house glimmered out of the mist ahead, the early night was setting in, and that lank, dejected garden, those ruined terraces and 100 staring, empty windows frowning down on the grave green courtyard stones, seemed more forsaken, more mournful looking even, than it had the night before. I found the front door ajar, exactly as it was left, and groping about, presently discovered the tinder and steel. I made a light, and laughed a little bitterly to think how much indeed I was at home. Then, in bravado and mockery, unsheathed my sword, and went from room to room in the gathering dusk, stalking sullen and watchful, with the gleam of light held above my head, down each clammy corridor and vault-like chamber, rapped with my hilt on casement and panels, and, listening to the gloomy echo that rumbled down the ghoulish palace, I pricked with my rapier point each swelling rotten curtain. I punctured every ghostly, swinging arras, and stabbed the black shadows in a score of dim recesses. But nothing I found until, in one of these, my sword point struck something soft and yielding, and sank in. Jove, it startled me. 'Twas wondrous like a true good stab through flesh and bone, and my fingers tightened upon the pummel, and I sent the blade home through that yielding, unseen something, and a span deep into the rotten wall beyond. Then looked to see what I had got. Faugh! 'Twas but a woman's dress left on a rusty nail, a splendid raiment once, such as a noble girl might wear and a princess give, padded and quilted wondrously with yards of stitching down the front, wherefrom rude hands had torn gold filigree and pearl embroideries, and where the wearer's heart had beat, those rough fingers had left a faded rose still tied there by a love knot on a strand of amber silk. A lovely gown once on a time, no doubt, but now my sword had run it through and through from back to bosom. Lord, how it smelt of dead rose and must and moth! I shook it angrily from my weapon and left it there upon the rotten boards, and went on with my quest. But neither high nor low, nor far nor near, was there to be found the smallest trace of my host or any living mortal. At last, weary and wet and oppressed with those vast echoing solitudes, I went back to the great hall, past all the untouched litter I had made in the morning, and so to the banquet place. I walked up the long black table set solemn with double rows of empty chairs, and lit the lamp that stood at top. It burnt up brightly in a minute, and there beneath I saw the morning meal had been removed, the supper napkin neatly laid, and bread, wine, and cheese laid out afresh for one. So unexpected was that neat array, so quaint, so out of keeping with the desolate mansion, that I laughed aloud, then paused, for down in the great vaulty interior of that house the echo took my laughter up, and the lone merriment sounded wicked and infernal in those soulless corridors. Well, there was supper. While I was tired and hungry, I would not be balked of it, though all hell were laughing outside. In the vast empty grate I made a merry fire with some old broken chairs, a jolly roaring blaze that curled about the mighty iron dogs as though glad to warm the chilly hearth again, and went flaming and twisting up the spacious chimney in right gallant kind. Then I lifted the stopper of the wine-jar, and, finding it full of a good Rhenish vintage, set to work to mull it. I fetched a steel gorget from the trophy in the hall, poured the liquor therein, and put it by the blaze to warm, and to make the drink the more complete, I spit an apple on my rapier point and toasted the pippin by the embers, thus making a wassail bowl of most superior sort. I ate and drank, and supped very pleasantly that evening, while the strong wind whistled among the chimney stacks, and rattled with unearthly persistence upon the casements, or opened and shut, now soft, now fiercely, a score of creaking distant doors. The spluttering rain came down upon the fire by which I sat in my quaint finery, warming my Tudor legs by that Tudor blaze. The tall spectral things of the garden beyond the curtainless windows nodded and bent before the storm. Loose strands of ivy beat gently upon the panes like the wet long fingers of ghostly vagrants imploring admission. The water fell with measured beat upon the empty courtyard stones from broken gargoyle and spout, like the fall of gently pattering feet, and the strangest sobbing noises came from the hollow wainscoting of that strange old dwelling-place. But do you think I feared? I, who had lived so long and known so much, I, who 4 times had seen the substantial world dissolve into nothing, and had awoke to find a new earth born from the dusty ashes of the past, I, who had stalked 4 times the void air with all I loved, I, for whom the shadowy fields of the unknown were so thickly habited, I, to whom the teeming material world again was so unpeopled, so visionary and desolate. I mocked the wild gossip of the storm, and grimly wove the infernal whispers of that place into the thread of my fancies. Hour by hour I sat and thought of all the rosy pictures of the past, of all the bright beams of love I had seen shine for me in maiden eyes, all the wild glitter and delight of 20 fiery combats, all the joy and success, all the sorrow and pleasure of my wondrous life, and thus thought and thought until I wore out even the storm that went sighing away over the distant woodlands, and the fire that died down to a handful of white ashes, and the wine-pot that ran dry and empty with the last flames in the grate. And then I took my sword and the taper, and leaving the care of tomorrow to the coming sunrise, went up the solemn staircase and threw myself upon the first dim couch in the first black chamber that I met with. I threw myself upon a bed, dressed as I was, but could not sleep as soon as I wished. Indeed, a heavy drowsiness possessed me, and now I would dream for a minute or two, and then start up and listen as some distant door was opened, or to the quaint gusts that roamed about those corridors, and seemed now and then to hold whispered conclave outside my door. It was like a child, I knew, to be so restless, but yet he who lives near to the unknown grows by nature watchful. It did not seem possible I had fathomed all the mystery there was in that gloomy mansion, and so I dozed and waked and wondered, waiting in spite of myself for something more, all in the deep shadow of my rotten bed-hangings, now speculating upon my host, and why he tenanted such a life-forsaken cavern, and ate and drank from ancient crockery, and had store of mouldy finery and rusty weapons, and then idly guessing who had last slept on this creaking sombre bed, and why the pillows smelt so much of mouldiness and mildew, or again listening to the wail of the expiring wind among the chimneys overhead, and the dismal sodden drip of water falling somewhere. Perhaps I had amused myself like that an hour, and it was as near as might be midnight. The low white moon was just a glimpse over the sighing tree-tops in the wilderness outside. I had been dozing lightly, when, on a sudden, my soldier ear distinctly caught a footfall in the passage without, and, starting up on my elbow in the black shadow of the bed, I gripped the hilt of the sword that lay along under the pillows, and held my breath, as slowly the door was opened wide, and, before my astounded eyes, a tall dark figure entered. It was all done so quietly that beyond the first footfall and the soft click of the lifting latch, I do not think a sound broke the heavy stillness that, between the two pauses of the wind, reigned throughout the empty house. Very gently, that dusky shadow by my portal shut the door behind, and it might have been only the outer air that entered with him, or something in that presence itself, but a cold, damp breath of air pervaded all the room as the latch fell back. I did not fear, and yet my heart set off a thumping against my ribs, and my fingers tightened upon the fretted hilt of my Toledo blade as that thing came slowly forward from the door, and, big and tall, and so far indistinct, stalked slowly to the bed-foot, touching the posts like one who, in an uncertain light, reassures him by the feel of well-known landmarks, and so went round towards the latticed window. I did not stir, but held my breath and stared hard at that black form that, all unconscious of my presence, slowly sauntered to the light and took form and shape. In a minute it was by the lattice, and, to my stern, wondering awe, there in the pale white moonshine, looking down into the desolate garden beyond, with melancholy steadfastness, was the figure of a tall black Spanish gallant. In that white radiance against the ebony setting of the room, he was limned with extraordinary clearness. Indeed, he was a great silver column now of stencilled brightness against the black void beyond, and I could see every point and detail in his dress and features as though it were broad daylight. He was, or must I say he had been, a tall, slim man, long-jointed and sparse after the manner of his nation, and tonight he wore something like the fashion of the time, black hose and shoes, a black-seeming waistcoat, a loose outdoor hood above it, a slouch cap, a white ruffle, and a broad black leather belt with a dagger dangling from it. So much was ordinary about him, but Jove, his face in that uncertain twilight was frightful. It was cadaverous beyond expression, and tawny and mean, and all the shadows on it were black and strong, and out of that dreary parchment mask, making its lifelessness the more deadly by their glitter, shone two restless sunken eyes. He kept those yellow orbs turned upon the garden, and then presently put up a hand and began stroking his small pointed beard, still seeming lost in thought. And next, stretching out a finger, and hoth, what a wicked-looking talon it did seem, the shape began drawing signs upon the mistiness of the diamond panes. At the same time he began to mutter, and there was something quaintly gruesome about those disconnected syllables in the midnight stillness. Yet, though I leaned forward and peered and listened, nothing could I learn of what he wrote or said. He fascinated me. I forgot to speak or act, and could only regard with dumb wonder that outlined figure in the moonlight and the long dead face so dreadfully ashine with life. So bewitched was I, that had that vision turned and spoken, I should have made the best shift to answer that were possible. There was some tie, I felt, between him and me, more than showed upon the surface of this chance meeting of ours, something which, even as I write, I feel is not yet quite explained, though I and that shadow now know each other well. But instead of speaking, that presence, man or spirit, from the outer spaces, left off his scratching on the window, and with a shrug of his Spanish shoulders and a malediction in guttural Bisque, turned from the window-sill and walked across the room. As he did so I noticed, what had been invisible before, in his left hand a canvas bag, and by the shape and weight of it, that bag seemed full of money. I watched him as he stalked across the room, watched him disappear into the shadow, and then listened with every sense alert to the click of the latch and the creak of the door as he left my chamber by the opposite side to that whereat he entered. As those faint ghostly footsteps died away, slowly down the corridor, my native sense came back, and, in a trice, I was on foot, dressed as I had lain me down, and, snatching my sword and cloak in a fever of expectation, I ran over to the window and looked upon the writing. It was figures and sums in ancient Moorish arabesque, and the long sharp nail marks of that hideous midnight mathematician were still pencilled clearly on the moonlit dew. My blood was now coursing finely in my veins, and hot and eager to see some more of this grim stranger, I strode across the room and stepped out into the passage. At first it seemed that he had gone completely, for all was so still and silent, but the white light outside was throwing squares of silver brightness from many narrow windows on the dusty floor. And there he was, in a moment, crossing the farthest patch, tall and silvery in that radiance, with his long slim black legs, his great ruffle and flapping cloak, looking most wicked. I went forward, making as little noise as might be, and seeing my ghostly friend every now and then, until, when we had traversed perhaps half that deserted mansion, I lost him where 3 ways divided, and went plunging and tripping forward, striving to be as silent as I could, though why I know not, and making instead at every false step a noise that should have startled even ghostly ears. But I was now well off the trail, and nothing showed or answered. It was black as hell in the shadows, and white as day, where the moonbeams slanted in from the oriels. And through this chilly chequer I went, feeling on by damp old walls and worm-eaten wainscoting, slipping down crumbling stairs that were as rotten as the banisters which went to dust beneath my touch, opening sullen oaken doors and peering down the dreary wastes within, listening, prying, wondering, but nowhere could I find that shadowy form again. I followed the chase for many minutes, far into a lonely desert wing of the old house, then paused irresolute. What was I to do? I had my cloak upon one hand and my naked rapier was in the other, but no light or any means of making one. The vision had gone, and I found, now that the chase had ended and my blood began to tread a sober measure, it was dank, chilly and dismal in these black, draughty corridors. Worse still, I had lost all count and reckoning of where my bed had been, and, though that was small matter in such a house, yet somehow I felt it were well to reach the vantage ground of more familiar places wherein to wait the morning. So, as nearly as was possible, I groped back upon my footsteps by tedious ways and empty chambers, low in heart and angry, now stopping to listen to the fitful moaning of the wind, or the pattering rain-spots on the glass, or some distant panels creaking in distant chambers, half thinking that, after all, I had been a fool, and cozened by some sleepy fancy. And so I went back, dejected and dispirited, until presently I came to a gloomy arch in a long corridor, tapestried across with heavy hangings. Unthinkingly I lifted them. There, as the curtains parted 30 paces off, a bright moonlit doorway gently opened, and into the light stepped that same black-browed foreigner again. I did what any other would have done, though it was not valiant. Stepped back against the niche and drew the tapestry folds about me, and so hidden waited. Down he sauntered leisurely, straight for my hiding place, and as he came there was full time to note every wrinkle and furrow on that sullen ashy face. Hoth, he might have been a decent gentleman by daylight, but in the night-shine he looked more like a weak dead corpse than aught else, and with eyes glued to those twinkling eyes of his, and bated breath and irresolute fingers hard set upon my pummel-hilt, I waited. He came on without a pause or sign, to show he knew that he was watched, and, as he crossed the last patch of light, I saw the bag of gold was gone, and the hand that had carried it was wrapped in a bloody handkerchief. Another minute, and we were not a yard apart. What good was valour there, I thought? What good were weapons or courage against the malignity of such an infernal shadow? I held back while he passed, and in a minute it was too late to stop him. Yet I could follow, and half ashamed of that moment's weakness, and with my courage budding up again, I started for my hiding place, and, brandishing my rapier, my cloak curled on my other arm as though I went to meet some famous fencer, I ran after the Spaniard. And now he heard me, and with one swift look over his shoulder and a startled guttural cry set off down the passage. From light to light he flashed, and shadow to shadow, I hot after him, my courage rampant now again, and all the bitterness and disappointment of the last few days nerving my heart until I felt I could exchange a thrust or two with the black arch-fiend himself. 'Twas a brief chase. At the bottom of the corridor stood a solid oak partition. I had him safe enough. I saw him come to that black barrier and hesitate, whereon I shouted fiercely and leapt forward, and in another minute I was there where he had been, and the corridor was empty, and the panelled partition was doorless and unmoved, and not a sound broke the stillness of that old house, save my own angry cry that the hollow echoes were bandying about from ghostly room to room and corridor to empty corridor. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A bright dazzle of sunshine roused me with the following sunrise. I rubbed my sleepy lids and sat up, vaguely gazing round upon the tarnished hangings, the immovable white faces of the pictures on the wall, and the dusty floor whereon, in the greyness of countless years, was marked just the outlines of last night's feet, and nothing more. However, it was truly a lovely morning, and, moved by that subtle tonic which comes with sunshine, I felt brighter and more confident. Having dressed, I went down the old staircase again to the breakfast which would certainly be ready, unbarring as I passed the casements, and setting wide the great hall door, that the cool breath of that spring morning might sweep away the mustiness of the old house, even humming a snatch of an old camp song learnt in Picardy to myself the while. Thus I gained the dining hall in good spirits, and saw, as had been expected, a new meal set with modest food and drink for me, and me alone, but no other sign or trace of human presence. I sat and ate, vowing as I did so this riddle had gone far enough unanswered, and before that shiny sparkling world outside, all tears and laughter like a young maid's face, was a few hours older, I would know who was my host, who served me thus persistent and invisible, and what might be the service I was looked to pay for such quaint entertainment. Therefore, as soon as the meal was done, I belted on my sword and straightened down my finery, the which had lost its creases and sat extremely well, and, smoothing the thick mass of my black Eastern hair under my velvet Tudor cap, sallied forth. There was nothing new about the garden save the sunshine, and, having intently regarded the broad terraced and mullioned front of the house without learning one single atom more than I knew before, I resolved to force a way round to the rear, if it were possible. But this was not so easy. On one hand were thickets of shrub and bramble laced into dense impenetrable barriers, and on the other great yew hedges in solemn ranks, with vast masses of ivy and holly forbidding a passage. But, nothing daunted, I walked down to those yews, and peering about, soon perceived a tangled pathway leading into their fastness. It was a narrow little way begrudgingly left between those sullen hedges, thick grown with dank weeds below, and arched over by neglected growth, so that the sun could not shine into these dusky alleys, and the paths were wet and chilly still. Well, I pushed on, now to right and now to left, amid the tangles of one of those old mazes that gardeners love to grow, and until only the tall smokeless chimney stacks of the deserted house shone red under the sunshine over the bough tops in the distance. And then I paused. It was all so strangely quiet and so lonesome. I had been solitary so long it seemed doubtful whether anyone was alive in the world but me. Why, surely, I was thinking, there were no human beings at least about this shadow-haunted spot. It were idle to seek for them. I would give it up. And, just as I was meditating that, had half turned to go, and yet was standing irresolute. Jove! Right from the air in front of me, right out from the black bosom of the shadowy yew and ivies, there burst a wild elfin strain of laughter, a merry bubbling peal, a ringing cascade of fairy merriment, a sparkling avalanche of disembodied mirth, that like some sweet essence permeated on an instant all that gloomy place, and thrilled down the damp alleys, and shook the thousand-coloured drops of dew from bent and leaf, and vibrated in the misty prismatic sunshine up above, and then was gone, leaving me rooted to the ground with the suddenness of it, and half delighted and half amazed. But only for a moment, and then I leapt forward and saw a turning, and found at bottom of it a gap, and plunged headlong through. It was a pretty scene I staggered into. In front of me spread the open centre of the maze, a grassy space, some 20 paces all about, and lying clear to the sunshine falling warm and strong upon it. In the midst of that fair opening, shut off from wind and outer barrenness, had once been a fountain with a basin, and, though the jet played no longer, yet the white marble pool below it, stained golden and green with moss and weather, held from brim to brim a little lake of sparkling water, and about that fountain, bright in decay, the green ferns were unwinding, while great clumps of gold narcissus hung trembling over their own reflection in the broken basin. Overhead there was a blossoming almond tree, a cloud of pale pink buds, wherefrom a constant cheerful hum of bees came forth, and a pale rain of petals fell onto the ground beneath, and tinted it like a rosy snow. No other way existed in and out of that delightful circle, save where I had entered, but little paths ran here and there among the grass, and industrious love had marked them out with pretty country flowers, pale primroses all damp and cool among the shadows, broad bands of purple violets lining seductive alleys, splendid star-like saffron outshining even the gorgeous sun, and blushing daisies with varnished kingcups where the fountain ran to waste. It was as pretty a dominion, as sweet an oasis in that dank dark desert beyond, as you could wish to see, and the clear strong breath of flowers and the warm wine of the sunshine set my blood throbbing deep and swift to a new sense of love and pleasure as I stood there spellbound on the dewy threshold. But, fair as earth and sky looked in that magic circle, they were not all. Kneeling at the broken marble fountain, her dainty sleeves rolled to pearly elbows, the strands of her loose brown hair dipping as she bent over the shining water with white muslin smock neatly bunched behind her, a milky kerchief knotted across her bosom, and a great country hat of straw by her side, knelt a fair young English girl. She did not see me at once. Her face was turned away, and on her other hand she was tending a noble peacock, a splendid fowl indeed, as stately as though she were the suzerain of all heaven's chickens, ivory white from bill to spurs, crested with a coronet of living topaz, and with a mighty fan upreared behind him of complete whiteness from quill to fringe, saving the last outer row of gorgeous eyes that shone in gold and purple and amethyst refulgent in that spotless field. A magnificent bird indeed, and fully wotting of it, and that kneeling maid was dipping water for him in her rosy palm, and the great bird was perched upon the marble rim, and dropping his ivory beak into that sweet chalice, and lifting his lovely throttle, and flashing coronet to the sky ever and anon, while the thrill of the girl's light laughter echoed about the place, and the almond blossoms showered down on them, and the bees hummed, and the sweet incense of the spring was drawn from the warm budding earth. Flowers glittered, the sun shone, and the sky was blue, as I, the intruder, stood silent and surprised before that dainty picture. In a moment the girl looked up and saw me in my amber suit and ruffle, my rapier and cap, standing there against the black framing of the maze. And then she did as I had done, stared and rubbed her eyes and stared again. In a moment she seemed to understand I was something more than a fancy, whereat, with a little scream of fear, she sprang to her feet, and, crossing the kerchief closer on her bosom, pulled down her sleeves and backed off towards the almond tree. But I had that comely apparition fairly at bay, and after so many hours without company, did not feel a mind to let her go too easily, whether she proved fay or fairy, nymph, naiad, or just plain country flesh and blood. I pulled off my cap, and with a sweeping bow advanced slowly towards her, whereon she screamed again. " Fair girl," I said, " I grieve to interrupt so sweet a picture with my uninvited presence, but, wandering down these paths, your laughter burst upon the stillness and drew me here." " And now, sir," quoth that fair material sprite, recovering herself and with a pretty air, " you would ask the shortest way to the public road. It lies there to your left, beyond the holly bank you see over by the meadows." " Why, not exactly that," I laughed. " I have an idle hour or two on my hand, and since you seem to have the same, I would rather rest content with the good fortune which brought me hither than try new paths for lesser pleasures. If you would sit, I think this grassy mound is broad enough for two." I meant it well, but the maid was timid and far from rescue in the wilderness of that maze. The colour mounted to her cheeks until they were pinker than the almond buds overhead. She looked this way and that, and gave one fleeting glance round the strong, close-set walls of that sunny garden among the yews. Then just one other glance at me, that dangerous stranger in silk and satin standing so gallant, cap in hand, and finally she was away, running like a hind towards the only outlet, the gap by which I had come in. But was I to be robbed of a pretty comrade so? Was the lovely elf of the neglected garden to slip between my fingers without answering one single question of the many I would ask? I spun round on my heels, and, quick as that maiden's feet were on the turf, mine were quicker. We got to the gap together, and in another minute, her kirtle fluttering in the breeze, her loose hair adrift, and the flush of fear and exertion on her youthful face, that comely lady was struggling in my grasp. I held her just so long as she might recognise how strong her bonds were, then set her free. If she had been pink before, that maid was now ruddier than the windflowers in the grass. " Oh, fie, sir," she began, as soon as she could get her breath. " Oh, fie, and for shame! You wear the raiment of a gentleman, you carry courtly arms, you do not look at least a rough uncivil rogue, and yet you burst into a privy garden and frighten, offend a harmless girl. Oh, for shame, sir! If gentleness and courtesy are so poor barriers, we shall need to look the better to our hedges. Let me by, sir." And gathering her skirts in her hand, and tossing back her head with all the haughtiness she could command, that damsel looked me boldly in the eyes. Fair foolish girl, she thought to stare me down, I who had eyed unmoved 1,000 sights of dread and wonder, I who had mocked the stare of cruel tyrants, and faced unblanching the worst that heaven or hell could work. What? Was I to be out of countenance under the feeble battery of such gentle orbs as those? 'Twas boldly conceived, but it would not do, and in a moment she felt it, and her eyes fell from mine. The colour rushed again from brow to chin. She let her flowered skirt fall from her grip. She turned away for a moment, and there and then burst out a crying behind her hands as though the world were quite inside out. Now to stand the fair open assault of her eyes was one thing, but such sap as this was more than my resolution could abide. " You do mistake me, maid, indeed," I cried. " I swear there is no deed of courtesy or goodwill in all the world I would not do for you." " Why then, sir, do the least and easiest of all. Stand from that gap and let me pass." " If you insist upon it, even that I must submit to. There is your way free and unhampered." And I stood back and left the passage clear. " And yet, before you go, fair lady, let me crave of your courtesy one question or two, such as civility might ask, and courtesy very reasonably answer." Now that maid had dried her tears, been stealing some sundry glances at me under the fringe of her wet lashes while we spoke, and as a result she did not seem quite so wishful to be gone as she had been. She eyed the free gap in the tall wall of yew and holly, and then demurely me. The pretty corners of her mouth began to unbend, and while her fingers played among her ribbons and the colour came and went under her clear country skin, feminine curiosity got the better of timidity, and she hesitated. " Oh," she murmured, " if it were a civil question civilly asked, I could wait for that. What can I tell you?" " First, then, are you of true material substance, not vagrant and spiritual, but, as you certainly look, a healthy plain-planed mortal?" "Had I been else, sir," the damsel answered with a smile, "I had found a short way out of the trap you saw fit to hold me in." "That is true, no doubt, and I accept this initial answer with due thanks. I had not asked it, but lodging so long amid shadows sets my prejudice against the truth, even of the sweetest substance." "And nextly, sir?" "Nextly, how came you in this lonely place with these pretty playthings about you? How came you in my garden here, where I thought nothing but silence and sadness grew?" "Your garden? What hole in our outer fences gave you that warrant, sir?" queried the young lady with a toss of her head. "How long user of trespass makes that right presumptive? Faith, until you spoke I thought the garden was mine and my father's." And the young lady, for such I now acknowledge her to be, looked extremely haughty. "What, hast thou then a father?" "Yes, sir. Is it so unusual with our kind that you should be surprised?" "And who is thy father?" "A very learned man indeed, sir, one who hath more wit in his little finger than another brave gentleman will have in all his body. Of nature so courteous that he instinctively would respect the privacy of a neighbour's property and manners, so finished he would never stay a maiden at her morning walk to bandy idle questions with her, all out of vanity of black curled hair and a new, mayhap unpaid for, yellow suit. If you had no more to ask me, sir, I think I would wish you good day. But stay a minute. It seems to me I might know thy father, and this is the very point and centre of my inquisitiveness. If you did, it were much to your advantage, but I doubt it. He is recluse and grave, and not given to chance companions, or, in fact, to friend with any but some one or two. Ah, that may well be so, I said thoughtlessly, speaking with small consideration, and recalling the vision of my ancient host just as it came to me. A sour, wizened old carle, clad in rusty green, astraddle of a spavined, ragged palfrey, mean-seeming, morose and sullen. Why, maid, is that thy father? No, sir. Gads, I laughed. It was discourteously spoken. I should have said, now I come to reflect more closely on it, a reverend gentleman indeed, white-bearded and sage, with keen eyes shining severe, the portals of a well-filled mind, a carriage that bespoke good breeding and gentle blood, raiment that disdained the pomp of silly fickle fashion, and a general air of learning and of mildness. My father, sir, to the very letter. Master Adam Faulkner, the wisest man, they say, this side of the Trent, and greatly, I know he would have me add, at your service. And you? And Mistress Elizabeth Faulkner, daughter to that same, and if indeed you know my father, then, as my father's friend, I tender you my humble and respectful duty. And the young lady, half mockingly, and half out of gay spirit, picked up her flowered muslin skirt by two dainty fingers on either side, and made me a long sweeping curtsy. A pretty flower indeed for such a rugged stem. But this is only half the matter, fair girl, I went on, when my responding bow had been duly made. If that venerable gentleman indeed be thy father, and this his house and thine, it is more strange than ever. I came here 2 evenings since by his explicit invitation, but since that time I have not set eyes upon him. High and low have I hunted, I have pricked arras and rapped on hollow panels, trodden yon ghostly corridors at every hour of the day and night. Yet for all that time no sight or sound of host or hostess could I get. Now, out of thy generous nature, and the civility due to a wondering guest, tell me how was this? Why, sir, do you mean to say, since 2 nights past you have been lodged back there? Ah, 3 days in yon grim, mouldy mansion. What, there, in that melancholy front of the many windows, and all alone? The very simple native truth, alone in yonder tenement of faint sad odours and mournful sighing draughts, alone save for a mind stocked with somewhat melancholy fancies. Mislaid by him, it seemed, who brought me thither, dull, solitary, and damp. Why, damsel! And in faith, when I had got so far as that, the maiden sank back upon the grassy heap, and hid her face behind her hands, and gave way to a wild, tumultuous fit of laughter, a golden cascade of merriment that fell thick and sparkling from the sunny places of her youthful joyance, as you see the heavy raindrops glint through a bright April sky, a wild, irresistible torrent of frolic glee that wandered round the far-off alleys and raised 100 answering echoes of pleasure in that enchanted garden. Presently the maid recovered, and putting down her hands, asked, "And your meals? How came you by them?" "They were laid for me twice each day in the great hall by unseen hands, most punctual and mysterious. 'Twas simple fare, but sufficient to a soldier, and each time I cleared the table and went afield. When I came back it was reset, yet no one could I see, no sound there was to break the stillness." Again that lady burst into one of her merry trills, and, when it was over, signed me to sit beside her. I was not loath. She was fair and young and tender, as pretty an Amaryllis as ever a country Corydon did pipe to. So down I sat. "Now," said she, "imprimis, sir, I do confess we owe you recompense for such scant courtesy, but I gather how it happened. This is, as I have said, my father's house and mine, and time was, once it has been told me, when he had near as many servants as I have flowers here, with friends unending, and all those blank windows yonder were full of lights by night and faces in the day. Then this garden was trim, not only here but everywhere, and great carriages ground upon the gravel drive, and the courtyard was full of caparisoned palfreys. That was all just so long ago, sir, that I remember nothing of it." "I can picture it, damsel," I said as she sighed and hesitated. "And how came this difference?" "I do not know for certain. I have often wondered why myself, but my father presently had spent all his money, and perhaps that somehow explained it," sighed my fair philosopher. "Then, too, he took studious and let his estate shift for itself, while he pored over great tomes and learned things, and hid himself away from light and pleasure. That might have scared off those gay acquaintances, might it not, sir?" queried the lady so unlearned in worldly ways. "It were a good receipt, indeed," was my answer, "none better. To grow poor and wise is high offence with such a gilden throng as you have mentioned. So then, the house emptied, and the gates no longer stood wide open. The garden was forsaken, and grass grew on thy steps. Owls built in thy corridors. A dismal picture, and sad for thee. But this does not explain the strange entertainment I have had. Where is your father lodged? And you? How is it we have not met before?" "Oh," said the damsel, brightening up again, "that is easily explained. When his friends left him, my father dismissed all his servants but one, a Spanish steward, and good old Mistress Marjorie, my nurse, and, saving my father, my only friend. Then lodged himself back yonder, in the far rear of our great house, and there I have grown up." "Like a fair flower in a neglected spot," I hazarded. "Ah, and secure from the shallow tongues of silly flatterings, old Marjorie tells me. Now my father, as you may have noted, is at times somewhat visionary and absent. It thus may well have happened that, bringing you here a guest, he would by old habit have taken you, as he was so long accustomed, to the great barren front, and lodged you so. Once lodged there, it is perfectly within his capacity to have utterly forgot your very existence." "But the meals? For whom were they spread, if not for me?" "Why, simply for my father. He has, where he works, a cupboard wherein is kept brown bread and wine, and sometimes, when studious studies keep him close, he goes to it and will not look at better or more ordered meals. Then again, when the fancy takes him, he will have a place put for himself in the great deserted hall, and sups there all alone. Now this has become his mood of late, and I can only fancy that, when you came, the whim did change all on a sudden, and thus you inherited each day that which was laid for him, who, too studious, came not, and old slow-witted Marjorie, finding every time the provender was gone, laid and relaid with patient remembrance of her orders." "A very pretty coil indeed, and I, no doubt, being sadly wandering afield all day, just missed thy ancient servitor each time." "And had you ever come in upon her heels, you would have seen her hobble up one silent corridor and down another, and press a button on a panel, and so pass through a doorway that you would never find alone from your tenement to ours. Oh, it makes me laugh to think of you pent there. I would have given a round dozen of my whitest hen's eggs to have been by to see how you did look." "That had been a contingency, fair maid, which had greatly lightened my captivity," I answered, and the lady went babbling on in the prettiest, simplest way, half rustic and half courtly in her tones, as might be looked for in one brought up as she had been. For an hour perhaps we lay and basked in the pleasant warmth, while the rheums of melancholy and dampness were slowly drawn from me by the sun and that fair companionship. Then she rose, and shaking a shower of almond petals from her apron, reknotted her kerchief, and taking a look at the sky, said it was past midday and time for dinner. If I liked, she would guide me to her father. Up I got, and side by side with that fair Elizabethan girl, went sauntering through her flowery walks, down past shrubberies, and along the warm red old wall of her great empty house, until we came into a quiet way, overgrown with giant weeds, and smelling sweet of green sheep's parsley, and cool fair vegetable odours. Here the maid lifted a latch and led me through a well-hidden gateway into the sunny rearward courtyard. It showed as different as could be from the dreary front. The ground was cobblestones, all neatly weeded round a square of close-cut grass. On one side the great back wall of the manor place towered windowless above us, with red roofs, mighty piles of smokeless chimney stacks, and corby steps far overhead. And on the other hand, at an angle to that wall, were lesser buildings to left and right, enclosing the grass plot and shining in the sun, warm, latticed windowed, quaint gabled. The third side of the square was open, and sloped down to fair meadows, beyond which came flowering orchards bounded by a brook. Moreover, there was life here, plain, homely, honest country life. The wild, loose-hanging roses and eglantine were swinging in the sunshine over the deep-seated porches of these modest places. The lavender smoke was drifting among the budding branches overhead. Proud maternal hens were clucking to their broods about the open doorways. There were blooming flowers growing by one deep-set window. And fair Mistress Elizabeth's snowy linen was all out on cords across that pretty sunny courtyard, struggling in sparkling white confusion against the loose caresses of the April wind. " And look you there," cried pretty Mistress Faulkner when she saw it, pointing far down the distant meadows. " 'Tis there we keep our milk and cows. Oh, as you are courteous as you would wish to deserve your gentle livery, count those cattle for a minute." And thereat, while I, obedient, turned my back and mustered the distant beasts grazing knee-deep among the yellow buttercups, she outflew upon those linens and pulled them down and rolled them up in swathes and set them on a bench, then tucked back some dishevelled strands of hair behind her ears, and somewhat out of breath turned to me again. " Here," she said, " on this side lives old Margery and our steward, Black Emmanuel Marchena. There, on the other, is my room, that one with the flowers below and open lattices. Next is my father's. Below again is the room where we do eat. And all that yonder, those many windows alike above, and those steps going down beneath the ground, those half-hidden, cobwebbed windows ablink with the level of the turf, that is where my father works." " By all the saints, fair girl," I exclaimed impetuously, as she led me towards that place, " thy father's workshop is on fire. See the grey smoke curling from the lintel of the doorway, and the broken panes, and yonder I catch a glint of flame. Here, let me burst the door," and I sprang forward. But the lady put her hand on my arm, saying with a somewhat rueful smile, " No, not so bad as that. There is fire there, but it is servant, not master. Come in and you shall see." She took me down 6 damp stone steps, then lifted the latch of a massy, weather-beaten oaken doorway, and led me within. It was a vast, dim, vaulted cellar. The rough black roof of rugged masonry was hung by vistas of such mighty tapestries of grimy cobwebs as never mortal saw before. On the near side, the row of little windows, dusty and neglected, let in thin streams of light that only made the general darkness the more visible. All the other wall was rough and bare, beset with great spikes and nails wherefrom depended 1,000 forms of ironware and ancient useless metal things, the broken rusty implements of peace and war. The floor seemed, as I took in every detail of this subterranean chamber, to be bare earth, stamped hard and glossy with constant treading, while here and there, in hollows, black water stood in pools, and grey ashes from a furnace fire margined those miry places. It was a gloomy hall, without a doubt, and as my eyes wandered round the shadows, they presently discovered the presiding genius. In the hollow of the great final arch was a cobwebbed, smoke-grimed blacksmith's forge and bellows. The little heap of fuel on it was glowing white, and the curling smoke ascended part up the rugged chimney and part into the chamber. On one side of this forge stood a heavy anvil, and by it, as we entered, a man was toiling on a molten bar of iron, plying his blows so slow and heavy it was melancholy to watch them. That man, it did not need another glance to tell me, was my host. If he had looked gaunt and wild by night, the yellow flicker of the furnace and the pale mockery of daylight which stole through his poor panes did not improve him now. The bright fire of enthusiasm still burnt in his keen old eyes, I saw, but they were red and heavy with long sleeplessness. His ragged open shirt displayed his lean and hairy chest, stained and smudged with the hue of toil. His arms were bare to the elbow, and his knotted old fingers clutched like the talons of a bird upon the handle of the hammer that he wielded. Grim old fellow! He was near double with weariness and labour. The breath came quick and hectic as he toiled. The painful sweat cut white furrows down his pallid ash-stained face, and his wild grey elfin locks were dank and heavy with the foul fumes of that black hole of his. Yet he stopped not to look to left or to right, but still kept at it, unmindful of aught else. Hammer, 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 and sigh, 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 with a fine inspired smile of misty heroic pleasure about his mouth, and the light of prophecy and quenchless courage in his eyes. It was very strange to watch him, and there was something about the unbroken rhythm of his blows and the inflexible determination hanging about him that held me spellbound, waiting I knew not for what, but half thinking to witness that red iron whereinto his soul was being welded spring into something wild and strange and fair, half thinking to witness these sooty walls fall back into the wide arcades of shadowy realm, and that old magician blossom out of his vile rags into some splendid flower of humankind. It was foolish, but it was an unlearned age, and I only a rough soldier. That fair maid by my side, more familiar with these strange sights and sounds, roused me from my expectant watching in a minute. She had come in after me, had paused as I did, and now, with pretty filial pity in her face and outspread hands, she ran to that old man and laid a tender finger upon his yellow arm, and stayed its measured labour. At this he looked up for the first time since we entered, as dazed and sleepy as one newly waked. And seeing that he scarce knew her, Elizabeth shook her head at him, and took his grizzled cheeks between her rosy palms, and kissed him, first on one side and then on the other, kissed him sweet and tenderly upon his pallid, unwashed cheeks, and then, with a kind imperiousness, loosed his cramped fingers from the hammer shaft, and threw it away, and led him by gentle force back from his forge and anvil. " Oh, father," she said, bustling round him and fastening up his shirts and pulling down his sleeves, and looking in his face with real solicitude, " indeed I do think you are the worst father that ever any maid did have." And here was another kiss. " Oh, how long have you worked down here? 2 nights and days on end. Fie for shame! And how much have you eaten? What, nothing all that time? Did ever child have such a parent? Oh, would to heaven you had less wisdom and more wit. Why, if you go on like this you will be thinner than any of these spiders overhead in springtime, and weary. Nay, do not tell me you are not. And oh, so dirty, alack that I should let a stranger see thee like this." And, taking her own white kerchief from her apron, that damsel wiped her father's face in love and gentleness, and stroked his gritty beard, and smoothed as well as she was able his ancient locks, then took him by the hand and pointed to me, standing a little way off in the gloom. At first the old man gazed at the amber-suited gallant shining in the blackness of his workshop, stolidly, without a trace of recognition, but when in a minute or two, by an effort, he drew his wits together, he took me for one of those gay fellows who, no doubt, had haunted his courtyards and spent his money in brighter times, and taxed me with it. But I laughed at that and shook my head, whereon he mused, "What, art thou then young John Eldred of Bewley, come to pay those 20 crowns your father borrowed 12 years since?" No, I was not John Eldred, and there were no crowns in my wallet. Then I must be Lord Fosdene's reeve come to complain again of broken fences and cattle straying, or perhaps a bailiff for the Queen's dues, and if that were so, it was little I would get from him. Thereon his daughter burst out laughing, and stroking the old man's hand, "Oh, father," she said gently, "you are not always thus forgetful. This excellent gentleman I found trespassing among my flowers and did arrest him. He is your guest, and declares you brought him here 2 nights since, lodging him in our empty front, where he has subsisted all this time on melancholy and stolen meals. Surely, father, you recall him now?" The old man was puzzled, but slowly a ray of recollection pierced through the thick mists of forgetfulness. Indeed, he did remember, he muttered, something of the kind, but it was a sturdy, shrewd-looking yeoman, tall and bronzed under his wide cap, a rustic fellow in country cloth that he had brought along, and not this yellow gentleman. So then I explained how he had resuited me, and jogged his memory gently, lifting it down the trail of our brief acquaintance, as a good huntsman lifts a hound over a cold scent, until at last, when we had given him a cup of red wine from his cupboard in the niche, his eyes brightened up, the vacuity faded from his face, and laughing in turn he knew me. Then, holding out 2 withered hands in very courteous wise, old Andrew Faulkener welcomed me, and in civil courtly speech that seemed strange enough in that grim hole, and from that grizzly bent unwashed old fellow, made apology for the neglect and seeming slight which he feared I must have suffered. We spoke together for some minutes, and then I ventured to ask, "Was there not something, Master Faulkener, you had to tell or ask of me? I do remember you mentioned such a wish that evening when we parted, and certain circumstances of our short friendship make me curious to know what service it is I have to pay you in return for the hospitality your goodness put upon me." "In truth, there was something," Faulkener answered, with a show of embarrassment, "but it was a service better sort of frieze than silk." "Tell it, good sir, tell it. It were detestable did silk repudiate the debts that honest frieze incurred." "Why, then I will, and chance your displeasure. Sweet Bess, get thee out and see to dinner. This gentleman will dine with me to-day." And as Mistress Elizabeth picked up her pretty skirts and vanished up the grass-grown steps, the old recluse turned to me. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Now look you here, sir," the old philosopher began, taking me by a tassel on my satin doublet and working himself up until his eyes shone with pleasure as he unfolded his mad visions to me. "Look you here, sir. This bare and dingy dungeon that you rightly frown at is a cell more pregnant with ingenuity than ever was the forge of the lame smith of Lemnos, Vulcan. Vulcan never had such teeming fancies as I have harboured in my head for 20 years. Vulcan never coaxed into being such a lovely monster as I have hidden yonder. I tell you, young man," gasped the old fellow, perspiring with enthusiasm, "Prometheus was a tawdry charlatan, his service to mankind, compared with what I will be. He gave us fire, crude, rough, unruly fire. Unstable, dangerous, a bare, naked gift, spoilt even in the giving by incompleteness. But I, sir, I have tamed what the bold son of Clymene only touched. Aye, by the blessed gods, I think I have tamed it. Fire and water, I have wed them at yon black altar. Deadly foes, though some do call them, I have made them work together, the one with the other. Oh, sir, such servants were never yet enlisted by our kind since the great day of Cyclops. And to think those feeble, shaking hands, whose poor sinews stand from the wasted flesh like ivy strands about a winter tree, have done it. And this poor head has thought it, persistent and at last successful, through bitter months of toil and anguish disappointment." "But, sir," I said gently, as the old man checked his incoherent speech for breath, "this monster, sir, this lovely monster, what is it?" "Ah, I was forgetting you did not know. Look, then, and though you had been unfamous all your other life, This moment of precedent knowledge above your fellows shall make you for ever famous." And the old man, like a devotee walking to a shrine, like a lover with a hushed breath and brightly kindling eye, stealing to his mistress's hiding place, led me up to a cavernous recess near the forge, and there lay hands upon a rent and tattered drapery of rough sailcloth, stained and old, and making a gesture of silence, pulled it back. In the dim, weird enchantment of that place I had been prepared for anything. It was a knightly fashion of the times to be credulous, and that black cobweb den, that mad philosopher so eloquently raving, and all the late circumstance of my arrival fitted me to look for wonders. I had followed him across the grimy floor, pitted with grey pools of furnace water, through the reek and twining strands of smoke that filled that nether hall, and lastly, when he laid a finger to his lip, and so reverent and awful drew back that ancient tattered screen, I frowned a little, stepping back a pace, and drew my ready sword 6 inches from its scabbard, and watched expectant to see some hideous, horrid, living form chained there, some foul offspring of darkness and accursed ingenuity, some hateful spawn of wizard art and black mother night, some squat, foul, misshapen Caliban, some loathsome thing, I scarce knew what, but strong and sullen and monstrous for certain, and instead the screen ran rattling back, and there before me, in a neat swept space, and on a platform of oaken planks, glossy in new forged metal, shiny with untarnished filings, gleaming in the pride of burnished brass and rivets, high, bulby, complicated, a maze of pistons and levers and wheels, was a great machine. Somehow, as I saw that ponderous monster, so full of cunning, although so lifeless, a tremor of wondering appreciation ran through my mind. That soulless body fascinated me with a prophetic fear and awe, which at another time and in another place I should have laughed at. I put back my sword, smiling to think it had been so nearly drawn, but yet stood expectant, half wondering, half hoping I knew not what, and gazing raptly on that mighty iron carcass perched there like some black incubus, almost fancying all the love and fear and hope that had gone to fashion its steel limbs or iron sinews might indeed have filled it with a soul that should, as I looked, become articulate and manifest beneath my eyes. Half hoping, in my ignorance, that indeed the quintessence of human labour, here consummate, might have got on all that plastic, dull material, some wondrous firstling spirit of a new estate, some link between the worlds of substance and of shadow, and if it so fascinated me, that old man to whom it owed its being was even more enthralled. He stood before the shrine with locked hands and bent head, apostrophising the silent work. "O child of infinitely painful conception," he muttered, surely, you cannot disappoint me now. Near 20 years have I given to you, 20 years of toil and sweat and ungrudging hope. Long hot summers have I worked upon you, and dank dull winters, making and unmaking, building and taking down again, contriving, hoping, despairing, living with you day by day and dreaming of you through nights of fitful slumber. Surely, dear heir of all my hopes, the reward is at hand, the consummation comes. See," he cried, "how perfect it is. Here in this great round cylinder is room for fire and water. The fire lies all along in that gully trench that you can note here through this open trap, and those curling pipes take the hot flame up through that void that will be filled with the other element. Now, when water boils, the vapour that comes off from the top is choleric and fiery past conception. This has been known for long, and John Homersham tried to utilise it by letting the vapour on the spread digits of a wheel. Farinelli of Angoulême suffered it to escape behind his engine. Both ways so wasteful that no mortal furnace could keep up power sufficient to be of useful service. But I have bettered these and many others. Nothing is wasted here. The hot gases are stored and stocked as they rise above the boiling liquid until they are as strong as the blustering sun of Astrius and Aurora. and then, by turning one single tap, I suffer them to escape down yonder iron way, there to fall upon the head of that piston that with a mighty send gives before them, and spins the great wheel above, and comes back on the impetus, and takes another buffet from the labouring vapour, and back it goes again, now this way and now that, twirling with fiery zeal those notched wheels above, and working all those bars and rods and pistons. Not one thing of all this complicated structure but has its purpose. Not one rivet in yonder thousands but means a month of patient, toilsome thought and labour. Moreover, because it is so strong and heavy, I have put the whole upon that iron carriage which took me a year to forge, and those solid back wheels are locked with the gear above, and from the axle of that front wheel 2 chains run up and turn upon a cylinder, so that my sweet one can move at such pace as yet I cannot even think of, and guide himself, in brief, is born and consummate. Then presently he turned from babbling to his child, and speaking louder, with frenzied gestures the while, he strode up and down before it, went wild upon the wondrous things it should do. It will not fail, I know it. My head is fairly mazed when I forecast all that here with this begins as possible. It shall run, sir, he cried, turning rapturously to me, and fly, and walk, and haul, and pull, and hew wood, and draw water, and be a giant stronger than 1,000 men, and a craftsman in 100 crafts of such subtlety and gentleness and cunning as no other master craftsman ever was. Down into ages not formed in the void womb of the future, this knowledge I have mastered shall extend, widening as it goes, and men shall no longer strive or suffer. There stands the patient beast, on whose broad back another age shall put all its burdens. There is the true winged horse of some other time, that shall mock the slow patter of our laggard feet, and knit together the most distant corners of the world within its giant stride. Oh, I can see a happy age, when base material labour shall be over, and men shall lie about and take their fill of restfulness, as they have not done since the gates of Eden were shut upon their ancient fathers' back. I do see down the long perspectives of the future, such as yon achieving all things by both sea and shore, ploughing their fields for unborn peoples, and drawing nets, carrying, fetching, far and near, swift, patient, indomitable, and winging glorious argosies, mighty vessels such as no man dares dream of now. Vast noble bodies inspirited each with such a soul as lies impatient yonder, and those shall plough the green sea waves in scorn of storm and weather, pouring the wealth of far Cathay and Ind into our ready lap, making those things happy necessaries which now none but some few may dare to hope for, bringing the spice the Persian picked this morning to our doors tomorrow, bringing the grape and olive unwithered on their stems, bringing the fair eastern stuff still wet from out their dye-vats. Jove, old man, that moves me. I was a merchant once. Your words do stir my blood down to the most stagnant corner of my veins. Bringing pearls from Oman, still speckled with the green sea dew upon them, and sapphires from rugged Ural mines, still smelling of their native mother earth, bringing in swift, tireless keels, Novaya Zemblian furs and costly feathered trophies from the south, bringing Biafra's hoards of ivory and Benin's stores of blood-red gold, bringing gems warm from tepid sands of Arakan and sandalwood from sea-girt Nicobar. Pouring the yellow-scented corn of every fertile flat from Manfalut to ancient Abbasia, pouring the Tartars' millet and the Hindus' rice into our hungry western mouths, making those rich who were once poor, and those noble who were only rich, benefiting both great and little, benefiting both near and far. And I shall have done this, I, poor Master Andrew Faulkner, a man so shabby and so seeming mean, no one of worth or quality would walk at the same side of the road with him. So spoke that good fanatic, and as he stopped, there came a gentle tap upon the door, and a fair face in the sunlight, and there was Mistress Elizabeth, saying with a merry laugh, "Father, the cloth is laid and the meal is spread, and old Marjorie bids me add that, if to-day's roast is spoiled by waiting, as the last one was, she'll never cook capon for thee again.' And coming down, the maid laid a hand of gentle insistence upon her father's sleeve, and led him sighing, and often looking back up the green stone steps, I following close behind. We crossed the sunny courtyard, entering on the farther side the other rambling buttress wing of that ancient pile. Thence we went by clean white flagstoned passages and open oaken doorways to what was once the long servants' dining hall. At the near end of the middle table of well-scrubbed boards, so thick and heavy they might have come from the side of some great ship, a clean white slip-cloth was laid, with high-backed chairs, one at the head for Adam Faulkner, and two on either side for me and her, and lower down again were put, below the great oaken salt-cellar, 2 other places. By one of these stood Dame Marjorie, fair Elizabeth's old nurse, an ancient dame in black velvet cap and spotless ruff and linen, with a comely honest old country face above them, wrinkled and coloured like a rosy pippin that has mellowed through the winter on a kitchen cornice shelf. Such was Dame Marjorie, and while she curtsied low and with folded hands, I bowed as one of my quality might bow in respect to her ancient faithfulness. At the other chair stood their Spanish steward, black Emmanuel Marcena. Yes, and as you may by this time have guessed, that steward was, in flesh and blood, none other but the midnight visitor who had disturbed my rest the night before. I could not doubt it. He wore the same clothes. His swarthy, sullen face was only a little more lifelike now in the daylight, and, if more evidence were wanting, one finger of his left hand, that hand that had held the bloody handkerchief, was done up with cobwebs and linen threads. I knew him on the instant, and stopped and stared to see my vagrant shadow so prosaically standing there at his dinner place, picking his yellow teeth and sniffing the ready roast like a hungry dog. And when he saw me, he too started, for I also had been dreadful to him. I was the exact counterpart of that amber gallant that had strode out upon his moonlit heels and scared him with a shout, where, no doubt, he fancied no shouters dwelt. And now here we were, face to face, guests at the same table. Surely it was strange enough to make us stare. But over and above the prejudice of our evening meeting, I already distrusted and disliked Emmanuel Marcena. Why it was I do not know, but so much is certain. If one may love, no less surely one may hate at first sight. And, as our eyes met, hatred was surely born in his, while mine, as like as not, told through their steady stare of aversion and dislike. He was a sullen yellow fellow, lean and tall, with black crafty eyes set near together, a thin nose shaped like a vulture's beak, a small peaked beard and black hair closely cropped, a crafty, cunning, cruel, ungenerous-looking fellow who had somehow, it afterwards turned out, grown rich as his master's fortunes failed. He had come into Faulkner's service when a boy, had flourished while he flourished, and learnt 100 shifts of cruelty and pride from the gay company who once were proud to call his master comrade, and now, like the black fungus that he was, had swelled with conceit and avarice past all conscionable proportions. Well, we exchanged grim salutations and sat, and the meal commenced. But all the while we ate and talked, I could not help turning to that crafty steward, and each time I did so, I found his keen, restless black eyes wandering fugitive about among us. Now he would glance at me over his porringer, and then a half-unconscious scowl dropped down over those dark Cordovian brows. Then perhaps it was the old man he looked at, and a scarce-hid smile of contempt played about the corners of that Southern's mouth to hear his master babble or answer our talk at random. Lastly, my sleek Iberian would set his glance on sweet country Bess as she sat at her father's side, and then there burnt under his yellow skin such a flush of passion, such a shine of sickly love and aspiration, as needed no interpreting, and made me frown. Small as my stake was in that game I saw was playing, as black as inky night. But what did it matter to me who picked that English blossom? Why should she not lie on that mean Spanish bosom for ever if she would? 'Twas less than nothing to me, who would so soon pass on to other ventures. And yet no man was ever born who was not jealous, and, remembering how we had met, how sweet she was and simple, what native courtesy gilded her country manners, what music there was in her voice, and how black that villain looked beside her, I, in spite of myself, resented the first knowledge of the love he bore as keenly as though I had myself a right to her. Pious, sanctimonious Emmanuel Marcena! He stood up, saying his grace for meat, long after all of us were seated, and crossed his doublet a score of times ere he fell on the viands like a hungry pike. And he was cruel too. A little thing may show how big things go. He caught a fly while we waited between two courses, and thinking himself unwatched, held it a moment nicely between his lean long fingers, then, drawing a straight fine pin from his sleeve, slowly thrust it through the body of that buzzing thing. He stuck the pin up before him by his pewter mug, and watched with lowering pleasure his victim gyrate. That amused him much, and when the creature's pain was reduced to numbness, he neatly tore one prismatic wing from off its shoulder and smiled a sour smile to watch how that awoke it. Then presently the other wing was wrenched palpitating from the damp and quivering socket, and the victim spun around under the iron stake that pierced its body, and all this under cover of his dinner mug. Ingenious, light-fingered Emmanuel Marcena! Such was the steward of that curious household. Over against him sat the excellent old country dame, whose mind wandered no further than to speculate upon the price of eggs next market day, or how her bleaching linen fared. Above was the wise mad scholar, bent and visionary, and by him, ruddy in her country beauty, that wild hedgerose of his. And as I looked from one to other, and thought of what I was and had been, all seemed strange, unreal, fantastic, and I could only wait with dull patience for what fortune might have next in store. It was a pleasant, peaceful place, that manor hall. When we had finished our midday meal and the servitors had gone to their duties, Master Faulkner said a walk in the green fields might do him good. He would go out and take the country air. It was a wise resolve, and he made a show of carrying it through, but he had not crossed the courtyard towards the sunny meadows when he got a sniff of his own smouldering furnace fires. That was too much for him. The scholar's rustic resolution melted, and glancing fugitively behind, we saw him presently steal away towards his cellar, and then drop down the stairs and bar the door. And soon the curling smoke and dancing sparks told that wondrous thing of his was growing once again. Thus I and the maid were left alone, and for a little space we stood silent by the diamond-latticed window, scarce knowing what to say, I looking down upon that virgin bosom, so smoothly heaving under its veil of country lawn, she thinking I know not what, but pulling a leaf or two to pieces from her window vine. And so we stood for a time, until the lady broke the silence by asking if I would wish to see the house and gardens with her. It was a good suggestion, and a comely guide, so we set out at once. She led me first back through her garden again, naming every flower and bush by country names as we went along, and this brought us to the empty house front, which we entered. She took me from room to room and dusty corridor to corridor, chatting and laughing all the way, talking of great kinsmen and noble fickle guests who once had called her father friend, all with such a light, contented heart it sounded more like fairy story than stern material fact. Then that tripping guide showed me the one door I had not found, which led through into the rearward house. Here again I told her of how I had hunted in vain for such a passage, and she laughed until those ancient corridors resounded to her glee. The door admitted to another region, which we entered, and soon Elizabeth had led on down a dusty flight of twilight wooden stairs until a portal, studded with iron, barred our way. At this, putting a finger to her mouth in mysterious manner, the damsel asked if I dared enter, to which my answer was that, with sword in hand and her to watch, I would not hesitate to prize the gates of hell. So we pulled the heavy sullen bolts, and the door turned slowly on its hinges. There before us was displayed a long dusty corridor, lit by high narrow cobwebbed lattice windows down one side, and dim with moss and stain of wind and weather. From end to end of that soundless vestibule were stacked and piled and hung such mighty stores of various lumber, rare, curious, dreadful, as never surely were brought together before. It was Andrew Faulkner's museum room, the place where he put by all the strange shreds of life and death he collected when the scholar's fervour was upon him, and now, as his sweet daughter laid one finger on my arm and softly bid me listen, directly down below and under us we heard him hammering at his forge. " Oh, sir," began that maid, whispering in my ear and sweeping her expressive arm round in the direction of those mounds and shelves, " did ever child have such a father? This is the one room that is forbidden me, and it is the one room of our hundreds that I take a most fearful pleasure in. I do wrong to show it, and indeed I had not brought you here but that something tells me you are good comrade, true and silent both in great and little. Therefore step lightly and speak small. There is nothing in all the world that stirs my father's choler but this, to hear a vagrant's foot overhead among his treasures." Softly, therefore, as any midnight thieves, we trod the dust-carpeted floor, and now here, now there, the damsel led me. Now it was at one oriel recess where stood a black oak table and open chests piled with vellum books, all clasped and bound with golden iron, that we paused, and I opened some of those great tomes and read, in Norman Latin or old Frankish French, the misty record of those things long ago that once had been so new to me. I spelt out how the monkish scribe was stumbling through a passage of that diary that I had seen Caesar write, saw him repeat, as visionary and incredible, in quaint and crabbed cloister scrawl, the story of the Saxon coming, and how King Harold died. I turned to another book, a little newer, and read, mid gorgeous uncials, the story of that remote fight above Crecy, when good King Edward with a scanty band of liegemen was matched against 200,000 French about the Ville of Crecy, and by the grace of God withstood them upon an August day. And I could have read on and on without stop or pause, down those musty memory-rousing pages, but for the gentle interrupter at my side, who laughed to see me so engrossed, and shut the covers too, little knowing of the thoughts that I was thinking, and took me on again. Then she would halt at a pile of splendid stuffs, half heaped upon the floor, half nailed against the wall, the hangings of courtly rooms and thrones, and, as her sympathetic female fingers spread out the folds of all those ruined webs, I read again upon them, in tarnished gold and filigree, in silken stitching, and patient cunning embroidery, more stories of old kings and queens I once was comrade to. On again to piles and racks of weapons, of every age and time, all these I knew, and poised the javelin some Saxon hand had borne in war, and shook, like a dry reed, the long Norman spear, and whirled a rusty pirate scimitar above my head until it hummed again an old forgotten tune of blood and lust and pillage, and, with a stifled shriek, the frightened girl cowered from me. Oh, a very curious treasure house indeed, and here the scholar had laid up skins and furs of animals, and there horns and hoofs and talons. Here grim, melancholy great birds were standing, as though in life, and crumbling as they waited, with neglect and age. There, in a twilight corner, glimmered the green glassy eyes of an old Theban crocodile, and there the shining ivory jaws of monstrous fishes with warty hides of toads, and shrivelled forms of small beasts dried in the kiln of long silent ages, and now black, shrunken, and ghastly. On the walls were pendant enough simples and electrices to stock 20 witches' dens, enough mandrake, hellebore, blue monkshood, purple-tinted nightshade to unpeople half a shire, and along by them were withered twigs and leaves would banish every kind of rheum, samples of wondrous shrubs and roots, all neatly docketed, would cure a wife of scolding or a war-horse of a sprain, would cure an adder's bite, or, by the same physic, mend a broken limb. Ah, and bring you certain luck in peace and war, or light, all out of the same virtue, the fires of love in icy virgin bosoms. In that quaint anteroom, dimly illumined by its cobwebbed windows, were astrolabes and hemispheres from the cabin poops of sunken merchantmen, charts whereon great beasts shared with pictured savages whole continents of land, and dolphins and whales did sport where seas ran out into unknown vagueness. There were models of harmless things of foreign art and commerce, and cruel iron jaws and wheels with bloody spikes or beaks for breaking bones or tearing flesh, and teaching the ways of fair civility to heretics. That old man had got together 20 images of Baal from as many lands, and 100 bits of divers saints. Here, tied with the strand of the rope that hanged him, was the skin of a dead felon, and near was the true shirt of a martyr whom the Church had canonized 1,000 years before. In some way, too, the scholar had possessed him of a pharaoh still swaddled with his Memphian robes, and there he was, propped up against the wall, that kingly ash with mouth locked tight, whose lightest whisper once had made or marred in every court or camp from dusty Ababda to green Euphrates, and brows set rigid, whose frown had once cost 20,000 lives, made 20,000 wives to widows, and eyes shut fast that seemed to dream of shadowy empery, of golden afternoons in golden ages, a most ancient, a most curious fellow, and I stared hard at him, feeling wondrous neighbourly. But I cannot tell all there was in that strange place. From end to end it was stocked with learned lumber. From end to end my sweet guide led me, pointing, whispering, and shuddering, all on tiptoe and in silence. And then, ere I was nearly satisfied, or had sampled 1/4 of that dusty treasure hall, she led me through a little wicket, down 20 stairs, and so once more into the fresh open air. "There, sir," she said, "now have I laid bare my father's riches to you. Is it not a wonderful corridor? Oh, what a full place the world must be if one man can gather so much strange of it." I told her that indeed it was, and had been full, right back into the illimitable of those hopes and fancies to which all yonder shreds did hint of. And thus talking, I, of infinite experience, watching the sweet wonder and vague speculation dawning in those unruffled child eyes of hers, we sauntered about the gardens and pleasant paths, and spent a sunny afternoon in her ambient fields. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician, by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He who has not left something sad behind him, and re-woke in the sunshine to feel the golden elixir of health and happiness moving in his veins anew, may take it that he has at least one pleasure yet unspent. I opened my eyes the next morning in as sweet a frame of contentment as anyone could wish for. They had put me to sleep in a chamber in that same wing of the rearward buildings where slept Elizabeth and her father. Thus, when I roused, the yellow sun was pouring in at my lattice, rich with sweet country scents, and the April air was swaying the white curtains, hung by dainty female hands across the diamond panes, with youth and sweetness in every breath. I lay and basked in it, and lazily wondered what all this changing fortune might mean. Where had I got to? Who was I? I turned about and stared upon the smooth white walls of the little room, patterned and tinselled with the dancing sunshine from outside, then gazed at the great carved columns of my 4-post bedstead, then to the head, where, in a wide wooden field, were blazoned old Faulkner's arms and cognizance. I turned to all the chairs, dusted so clean and set back true and straight, to the ewer and the basin, full of limpid water from the well that caught the morning shine and threw a dancing constellation of speckled light upon the ceiling. I wondered even at the bare floor, scrubbed until there was no spot upon it, and the snowy furniture of my couch, and those downy pillows upon which I presently sank back in luxurious indolence. Was I indeed that rude rough captain of a grizzled cohort, with sinews of steel and frame impervious to the soft touch of pleasure, who only yesterday had burst through all the glittering phalanxes of France, and cut away with that arm that lay supine upon the coverlet, right down through the thickets of their spears to where the white fleur-de-lis flashed in their midmost shelter? Could I be that same wanderer who, down the devious ways of chance, had tried 1,000 ventures, and slept in palaces and ditches, and drank from the same cup with kings and the same trough with outlaws? I laughed and stretched, and presently gave over speculating and rose. I washed and dressed, and went to the lattice and looked forth. It was as sweet a morning as you could wish for. The tepid sunshine spread over everything. Fleecy clouds were floating overhead upon the softest of winds. The sweet new varnished leaves were glittering in the dew upon every bush. The small birds singing far and near, the kine lowing as they went to grass, and the distant cock crowed proudly from his vantage point among the straw, and everything seemed fair, fresh, and happy in that budding season. I had not been luxuriating in the sweet leisure many minutes, when by below came Mistress Bess, with cheeks like roses and kerchief whiter than snow, and brown unstranded hair that lifted on the breeze, a very fair vision indeed. That maid tripped across the grass and down the cobblestones, rattling the shiny milk pan she was carrying until she caught sight of me and stopped below my window. Then, saucy, she began, "How looks the world from there, sir? A little too young and chilly for your tenderness. Get back a bed, it will presently be June, and then no doubt more nicely suited to your valour's mind." "Nay, but lady," I explained, "I was enjoying the morning air, and just coming to seek you." "That were 1,000 pities," she laughed. "The sun has not yet been up more than some poor hour or two, and the world is not yet nicely warmed. You might have a chill, and that were much to be deplored. Besides, a silken suit is rarely needed where work has to be done. Back to thy nest, apprentice, back to thy nest, and I'll send old Marjorie to tuck thee snugly up." And the young girl, laughing like a brook in springtime, went on and left me there discomforted. Nevertheless I went down and took the plain but wholesome breakfast that they offered me, and afterwards whiled away an hour or so upon the bench in wondering silently what all this meant, where it was drifting to, how it would end, whether it were, indeed, ending or beginning. And then came round the girl again, and, railing me on my melancholy, took me out to see the herds and fields, and was all the time so sweetly insolent after her nature, and yet so velvet soft, that I was fairly glamoured by her. This maid with the quick woman tongue, that was so pointed and could at need hurt so much, and the blue speaking eyes that were as tender and straightforward as her speech was full of covert thorns, led me out into the orchards. First she took me to where the milk was stored, a roomy open shed, smelling of cool cleanliness, with white benches down the sides and red flagged floor, and great open pans of crimson were full of frothy milk. Outside the low straw eaves the swallows were chattering, while the emerald meadows, through the farther doorway, glistened and gleamed in the bright spring sunshine. Here we discovered 2 country girls at work, making curds and cheese and butter, ruddy buxom damsels, with strong round arms bare to the shoulder, with rattling clogs upon their feet, white gowns tucked up, and kerchiefs on their heads. These curtsied as we entered, and rattled the pans about, and sent the strong streams of warm new milk gushing from pail to pan. And then presently, when I had watched a time their busy labour, nothing would suit Mistress Faulkner but I should try. That saucy laughing girl would have it so, and glancing at the delighted milkmaids, dragged me to a churn, there bidding me to roll a sleeve to my elbow and take the long handle thus and thus, and put my strength into it, and show I could do something to earn a luncheon. And I, ever strong and willing, did her bidding, and rolled back my silk and lawn, and bared the thews that had made me dreadful and victorious in 1,000 combats, and seized that white straight rod. But hoth, 'twas not my trade. I had more strength than art, and the first stroke that I made upon the curdling stuff within the white fluid leapt in a glittering fountain to the roof above, and drenched the screaming maidens. The second stroke from my stalwart shoulders started 2 iron hoops binding the strong ash ribs of that churn, and made it swirl upon the tiles, while at the third mighty fall the rammer was shivered to the grasp, and the milk escaped and went in 20 meandering rivulets across the floor. At this uprose those fair confederates, and drove me forth with boisterous anger, saying I had wasted more value in good milk than most likely all my life so far had earned. While they put right my amiss, I sat upon a mossy wall, and wiped dry my hose and doublet. Nor was there long to sit before out came my comely hostess, with forgiveness in her smiling eyes. "Did I now see," she queried, "how presumptuous it was to meddle with such things as were beyond one's capacity?" To which I answered that I truly saw. "And did I crave forgiveness, would I make amends?" And to that I said that she had but to try me in some venture where my rough, unruly strength might tell, and she should see. So peace was made between us, and on we went again to note how the crimson buds were setting on the sunny red garden walls, to explore her sloping orchards, and count the frolic lambs that clustered round the distant folds. It was her kingdom, and here her knowledge bettered mine. This she soon found out, and when I showed at fault in the stratagems of husbandry, or tripped in politics of herds or flocks, she would glance at me through her half-shut lids, and demurely ask, "Are you of good learning, friend?" And to that I answered that I had so much as might be picked up in a reasonably long life, not scholarly or well polished, but sufficient and readily accessible. "I'm glad of it," she said. "Then you can tell the difference between a codling and a pippin?" "Nay, I fear I cannot." "Oh, nor why one hen will lay white eggs and another brown?" "Sweet maid, my wonder never went as far as that." "I do greatly doubt you and your wonder. What would you do if butter would not come upon the churn milk?" "Faith, I would leave it as not worth asking for. A poor white laggard stuff no man should meddle with." "Hey-ho, and what is rosemary good for, and what rue?" "By heaven, I do not know." "How soon mayst wean a February lamb, and what wouldst thou wean it on?" "Oath, I cannot tell." "Nor when to cut meadow grass or make ketchup, nor how to cure bee stings or where to look for saffron, nor when to plant green barley or pull rushes for winter candles?" "Not one of these. But if you would show me, such a tutor, such a pupil never would have had." Whereon the lady burst out laughing. "Oh," she said, "you are shallow and ignorant past all conception and precedent. Why, the rosiest urchin that ever went afield upon a plough-horse has better stock of learning. I'faith, I shall have to put you to school at the very beginning." I let the fair maid mock, for her gentle raillery was all upon her lips, and in her eyes was dawning a light it moved me much to see. We wandered away through pleasant copses, where the yellow catkins and the red were out upon the hazels, and late ivory blackthorn buds, like webs of pearls, were overhung upon those ebony-fingered bushes, and fair pale primroses shone in starry carpets under the fresh green canopy of the new tented woods. And my fair Bess knew where the mavis built, and when I began to speak warm and close into her ear, she would turn away her head and laugh, and, to change the matter, play traitor to the little birds, and point their mossy home, and make me stoop and peer under the leaves, and in pretty excitement. But was it all absent-mindedly? Would lay a hand upon my own and be cheek to cheek to me for a moment, and then, with country pleasure, take the sapphire shells of future woodland singers in her rosy palm, and count and con them, and post me in the lore of spots and specks and hues and colours, and all the fair incomprehensible alchemy of nature, then put those tender things back, and lead on again to more. Pleasant is the sunshine in such circumstances. Fair Elizabeth knew all the flowers by name. She knew where the gorgeous celandine, like bright blazoned heralds of the spring, was flashing down by the stream that ran sparkling through the woods. The underglow upon the frail anemone was not fairer than her English skin, as she did bind a bunch into her bosom knot. She could tell the reasons of affinity tween cuckoo pint and cuckoo, and how it was that orchid leaves came spotted, and the virtue of the blue-eyed pimpernels, and why the gently rasping tongues of the great meadow kine forswore the nodding clumps of buttercup. And she liked cowslips and made me pick them. Ah, swarthy, strong and sad-eyed me with the wild alarums of battle still ringing in the ambient country air, me to whose eyes the fleecy clouds, even as she babbled, were full of pictures of purple ambition, of red mêlée, of the sweeping yellow war dust that canopies contending hosts, me who heard on every sigh of the valley wind the shouting of princes and paladins, the fierce deep cry of captains, and the struggling cheer that breaks from swinging ranks fast locked in deadly conflict as the foemen give. But nothing she knew of that, and would lead from cowslip banks back to coppice, and from coppice path to orchard, and there, mayhap, in the eye of the sun, secure from interruption, we would sit, she meekly throned upon the great stem of a fallen apple-tree, whose rind was tapestried betimes for that dear country sovereign by green moss and tissued gold and silver lichens, and overhead the leaves, and at her feet the velvet cushions of the turf, and me a solitary courtier there. A very pleasant wooing, and if you call me fickle, why should I argue it? Think of the vast years that lapse between my lovings. Think how solitary was the lovely, loveless world I was born into anew each time. Think how I longed to light it with the comradeship that shines in dear eyes and hearts. How I thirsted to prejudice some sweet stranger to my favour amongst all others, and claim again kinship of passion for a moment, with one at least of those dear fickle mocking shadows that glance through this fitful dream of mine. Besides, I was young, only some trivial 1500 years or so had gone by since they first swaddled me and dried my mother's tears. My limbs were full and round, my blood beat thick and fast, youth and soldier spirit shone in my undimmed eyes. Not a strand of silver glanced in that beard I peeked so carefully, and, if my mind was full of ancient fancies, crowded with the dust and glitter of bygone ages fuller than yonder old fellow's strange museum, why, my heart was fresh. Jove, I think it was as young as it had ever been, and that maid was fair and rosy, and kind and tender. All in the glow of her hat-brim, her face shone like the ripe side of a peach, her smooth hands hung down convenient to my touch, and her head, crowned with its sweet crown of sunlit hair, was ever bent indulgent to catch my courtier whispers. What, I argued, shall the river play with no more blossoms because last year its envious fingers shook some petals down into its depth? Must the lonely hill for ever frown in solitude, and put by the white mist-clinging arms, because, forsooth, some other earlier cloud once harboured on its rugged bosom? 'Twas miserly and monstrous, said my youthfulness. So, nothing forgetting and nothing diminishing of those memories that I had, I plunged into the new. And that kind country girl played Phyllis to my new-tried Corydon, as prettily as anyone could wish. I will not weary you with all we did or said. The murmur of a summer brook is only good to go to sleep by, but picture us immersed in solitary conclave, or wandering about in the sweet green math of April meadows, and finding the long days some 6 hours, all too short, to say the nothing that we had to do. Suppose this written, and I turn to other scenes which perhaps shall amuse you better. It by no means followed that because Mistress Elizabeth proved so charming, her father was neglected. That old fellow had taken me for his helper, had fed and harboured me, and something seemed owing him in return. His huge and bulky engine was growing apace. Indeed, it was just upon the finishing. It was that my strong arms might second him in some final parts he had brought me hither, and, being by nature something of a smith, I helped him readily. Each day was spent in the sunshine and flowers. Then, when evening came and my fair playmate was gone to bed, I descended into old Faulkner's crypt, and adding one more character to the many already played, turned Vulcan. Hard and long we worked. Had you looked upon us, you would have seen by the sullen furnace glow 2 men, bare-armed and leather-aproned, toiling in that black gallery until the sweat ran trickling from them, forging, riveting and hammering bars of iron, plying the creaking bellows until the white heart of the fire-heap was whiter than a glow-worm lamp, hurrying here and there about that glistening mountain of cunning-fashioned steel that they were building, filling their grimy den with flying dust and smoke and sparks, and thus working on and on through the long midnight hours, as though their very lives depended on it, until the black curtain of the night outside faded to pallid blue, and the chirrup of the homing bats coming to sleep upon the rafters sounded pleasantly, and the furnace gave out and tired muscles flagged, and the night's work was over with the night. Evening after evening we toiled upon the iron giant that was to do such wondrous things, old Faulkner directing, and I supplying with my thews and sinews the help he needed. Then one day it was finished in every point and part, complete, gigantic, wonderful. I do confess something of the old man's spirit entered into me when our work was thus accomplished. I stood minute by minute before it, overcome with an awe and wonder inexplicable, and if the prentice felt like that, the master was mad with expectation and delight. Nothing now would do, but he must try it, and the next night we did so. We sent the household early to their rest, and, as soon as it was dark, I, carrying a spluttering torch, and Faulkner, the great cellar key, stole like thieves across the cobbled courtyard to our workshop. The scholar's fingers trembled till he scarce could fit the key into the wards, but presently the door was opened and we entered. "No strangers trespass here to-night," the old man chuckled, while he closed and double-locked the iron-studded door, and put the key into his belt, and the torch into a socket. Well, all agog with excitement, we lit the fires in the iron stomach of that finished monster. We filled his gullet with kegs of water, slewed his guiding wheels round, laid heavy sloping oaken planks for his highness to leave his birthplace by, set back the litter, and lastly turned the tap that brought the fire and water together, and put the blood of that iron beast in motion. He came down from off the pedestal for all the world like some black gorgon issuing from a den. Resplendent in weight and strength, he came sliding down from off the platform of his cradle, and amid the crash of struts and stays, amid flying splinters and the dust of transit, rolled out majestic into the red furnace light, where, trembling in every fibre, and gently swaying like a young giant feeling his strength for the first time, with the strong breath within murmuring and the great steel heart pulsating audibly, our iron toy was born and launched, and came forth, magnificent, huge, overpowering, then, checked by its anchor chains, swerving round to face the farther end, and halted. Old Faulkner was possessed with joy, dancing and capering round that huge carcass as though he were a 10-years urchin, his white beard all a-stream, his elfin locks shaggy on his head, his black venerable robes flapping like the wings of a great bat, his hands clasped fervidly as he leapt and skipped with pleasure, and his lips moving rapidly as he babbled incoherent adulation and love upon that firstling of his hopes. Even I, grave and thoughtful, was elated, and walked round and round the wondrous thing, patting its iron sides as one might a charger's just led from a stall, while, half in wonder and half in pleasure, catching a fraction of the old man's fancies. So far everything had happened as we wished for, and Faulkner, when he could get his breath, burst out in wild rhapsodies of all his bantling should do, and I put in a sentence here and there amid his paeans. And then he capped on a hope, and I again a fancy, and so, nodding and laughing to each other, we bandied words across that carcass for 20 minutes, and felt its sinews and marvelled at its tractableness and grace. And what was our sweet Cheops doing all that while? Oh, we were young in mechanics, and all the time we talked and capered, the glowing fires were working in that body, and presently the wheels began to ramble and the bars to move. Strange dull thunder came fitfully from under those steel ribs, and quaint unaccountable knockings sounded deep within. The furnace glowed white and hot as angry jets of steam commenced to spit from every weak point in the monster's harness. All this I noticed and pointed out to the master, but he was stupid with gratification in that moment of consummated labour. And now our vast machine began to fret. It was impatient, I saw, with a presage of coming evil, and the great circles above began to grit their iron teeth and spin like distaff wheels under a busy housewife's hand. The pistons were shooting to and fro faster and ever faster, while that 50 tons of metal, glowing hot, now began to yank hungrily upon its chains, and start forward a foot, and then come back, and sniff and snort and tremble, and strain in every part, and thunder and pant as the hot life surged stronger and stronger into its veins, until it was rocking like a skiff at anchor, and bellowing like a bull in agony. "By every saint, old Adam Faulkner," I shouted through the gathering roar, "by every saint in paradise, have a care for this frightful beast of thine." And I think he saw at last our danger, for the 100th rhapsody died unfinished upon his lips, and, dropping from the clouds at once with an anxious look, he scanned the now flying wonders of his offspring, and then ran round and seized the handle which should have shut off the red-hot vapour which was the breath and being of the puissant thing he had conjured into being. Twice and thrice he bore upon that handle, then turned to me with a wild and frightened look. 'Twas as hot could be, and could not move an inch. Hardly had I read that in his face, when, with an angry plunge, the engine started forward, and the philosopher missed his footing, rolling over headlong to the ground at my feet. And now our beast was mad with waiting, and stronger than 50 elephants, and fiercer than the netted lion. The chains that held him upon either side were as thick as a man's arm, being fastened to mighty staples in the forge. Our swaddling came back 2 yards upon those chains, then started forward, and was brought up all on a sudden with such a jerk as made the ground tremble, and filled us with a sickly dread. Back came our splendid plaything again, in no good mood, and then forward once more, putting his mighty shoulders against his bonds until the great steel chains stretched and groaned beneath the strain. And Adam Faulkner yelled in fear. The 3rd time the monster did this, the staples gave, and all the forge fell into one dusty smoking ruin, while the great engine twirled up those heavy chains upon its thundering axles, and laughing in savage joyfulness, recognised the fatal fact that it was free. Then began a wild scene of chaos which brings the dampness of fear and exertion on my forehead even to remember. What mattered chains or bars or fetters to that splendid life that we could hear humming there under those iron ribs, to that unruly devil heart which knew its strength and thundered in proud tumultuous rhythm to the consciousness? The wonderful new Titan was born, and there, in his own den, in the black cradle of his nativity, would brook no master. He was born for strength and might, and, hoth, they were running hot within him, and we could but cower in the shadows waiting and watching. And now that hideous monster, being free to do what he listed, set off for the far end of the stony cellar, and like a great black ship floundering in a chopping sea, went plunging and reeling over the uneven floor. We held our breath. What would he do when he reached the end? And in a minute he was there, and through the gloom we heard him crash into the rocky walls and recoil. Then, with a scream like an angry devil baby, charged the native masonry again and again. But Faulkner's wretched cunning had put the guiding wheels on pivots, and now they slewed, and here he was, coming down the walls towards us. We did not stop or wait to parley. We ran and dodged behind the pillars, whence we heard him thud into the broken forge. Aye, through the reek and cloudy steam we caught the sound of that 50 tons of metal clambering over the fallen masonry, all the time screeching in his anger like a peevish fury at being so thwarted. Then back we dodged again, and the huge thing went lumbering by us, full of a horrid giant life no valour availed against, no mortal hands could shackle. The more he beat about the bounds of that narrow infernal kingdom, the less our Cyclops seemed to like it. His rage mounted at each turn he made, and found his prison cell so narrow, and every rebuff swelled his budding choler. Therefore, seeing how hopeless it was to strive to tame him in this present mood, I waited till Cyclops was exploring at the bottom of the hall, then, plunging through the dusty turmoil, found old Faulkner. That grey inventor was reeling like a drunken man, and witless with terror. "The key! The key!" I shouted in his ear. "To the door! We can do no good here. Let your infernal beast burn out some of his accursed spleen, then we'll make a shift to tame him. But 'tis no good now. Hear how he thunders, and see, he's coming back again." "Aye, the door, good friend, the door," gasped Faulkner, and clinging to my arm, hotly pursued by the monster behind, whose red-hot madness now seemed tinged with cruel purpose, we fled down the long black cavern to the iron-studded postern. There was not a second to spare. The old man plunged his trembling hands into his belt and felt all round it, then turned to me with a horrid stare in his eyes and a sickly smile upon his thin white lips. The key was gone. I dragged that old man back just as the great engine, ramping hot, lurched down and cut a long smoking groove, 1/2 a foot deep from the rocky wall whereby we had been standing. Then, disappointed of us, went howling on into the blackness. And now there was nothing to do but to stay and fight it out. No exit for us, and none for our sweet bantling, and he seemed to know it. Round and round he drove us, through the flickering gloom and shadows of that dismal cockpit, till the gushing sweat ran from us, and our choking breath came short and panting through our parching throats. Oh, it was a sight to see that shrieking monster, spurting steam at every joint and howling like a pack of winter wolves, come careering through the darkness at us, with every plate of his mighty harness quivering with the force within, and all his thundering vitals glowing white and spawning golden trails of molten embers as he lurched along. Down I would see him come, perhaps hunting something in a savage mood, and as I dodged behind a pillar and looked, out of the vortex of the shadows would leap old Adam Faulkner, as a leveret leaps from the ferns under a lurcher's nose. And, with ashy wild face and flying wizard locks and ragged sorrel cloak flapping in shreds behind him, the master would flash in frenzied fear across the glow that shimmered from the heart of his young Titan, and then be swallowed up again by the next friendly blackness. And I scarce dare breathe, as, with a hideous parody of vindictive cunning, that great thing would swirl and swerve and be after him again. It was a wild, wonderful game, and the longer it went, the hotter it grew. Closer, denser, and blacker grew the gloom of that place, until at length you could not see an arm's stretch ahead of you in the sulphurous reek, a hot, steamy pall of dismal vapour, through which glimmered redly, now and then, the ashes of the overturned furnace place, and the rosin-dripping splutter of the feeble torch which we had put into the socket by the door. Ah! That was all we had to light us as we crawled and leapt and dodged before the vengeful fury of that screaming harpy of ours. All but his own red copper glow that flamed now here, now there on the black horizon of our den. Darker and still darker and hotter became the air, until at last, in half an hour perhaps, the torch and the furnace ashes were sickly stars, too pallid to light our merriment to any purpose, and even the glow of Falconer's great invention was a red-hot haze, only illumining the seething dust and smoke a yard or two about it, and everywhere else reigned black, choking, Stygian, infernal darkness. A blank midnight void hung about the arena where we danced to that great being, sprung like a black Minerva from my master's over-fertile brain. Yet, Jove! 'Twas midnight dark, but there was no midnight stillness in it. The very air seemed palpitating to the thunderous beat of that beast's mighty life. Every hollow cavern niche in our rocky walls bellowed into our startled ears a hideous mockery of his screeching, while the ceaseless roar of his cruel stride rattled down the ragged juts of our stony roof like dislocated thunder. And in that darkness and ear-splitting din we dodged and dipped and scuttled like two cornered rats. I have been brave, by this time I hope you will know it, but what was mortal strength or valour against the strength and recklessness of that iron god? No, he had the upper hand and screamed for blood like the devil that he was, pressing us with such fury that my very soul seemed oozing through my sweating skin. As for dignity, gods, I had none. At one moment I and Falconer would be struggling for a narrow passage like two hoggets in a meadow gate. Then I was anon crawling on hands and satin knees through pools half a foot deep with filthy furnace water, or straddling greasy heaps of brash and ashes with the beast close behind to fire my flagging spirits, spurting flame and scalding steam and crunching with his ponderous weight through the iron litter of the den as though it were an august stubble. And this was not all. Being so dark as I have said, presently that iron monster, inspirited with the soul of a fury, found it more and more difficult to follow us, and went reeling and bellowing through the steamy blackness ever more at random. Thereon he stopped a spell and seemed to listen, and though we could only tell his whereabouts by the great fiery nebulae of his glowing sides, we could plainly hear his thousand steel teeth champing, and the gush of the boiling force flying within him. We held our breath, and then we heard something change in the machinery, some pin or rivet fail, and the next minute Falconer's baby was off again with a scream like a lost spirit and possessed of a cursed brand new idea. I have said the chains wherewith he had been held to the forge were fastened to great revolving bars upon his side. When he burst free, he had torn these from the solid masonry and wound them up upon the spinning axles, whereto, by some misguided cunning, Falconer had welded them. And now that devil was ramping round to find us in the void, and had unwound those hideous flails, and with infernal patience was beating down one wall and up the other. Oh, it was sickly to hear the screech of those steel whips sweeping unseen through the startled air, to hear them thud upon the trembling ground, and cut deep furrows in it at every savage lash. Now here, now there, flogging the frightened shadows and scourging the trembling rocks, and whistling overhead like 1,000 winged snakes, and all for us, while that great babe of my master's hunted slowly round about our narrow prison, and thundered and howled and rattled like a tempest in a mountain pass, and as though he were some great monster in a deep-sea cave, shot out and drew in those humming tentacles, and tried each nook and corner, and squirted steam and fire into every crevice, and plied his cruel whips madly about in that darkness, till 'twas all like pandemonium. Well, I will say no more, or you may think I wrap sober fact in that mantle of fancy which the gods have lent me. We had dodged and ducked at this game for many minutes, when Falconer's mind gave way. I chanced upon him in the middle space, laughing and screaming and taking off his cloak and vest. He saw me stalk from the shadows, and, with a frightful grin and caper, shouted that he knew what was the matter. His pretty firstling needed a bloody sacrifice, and who could provide it better than himself? Just then the engine turned and came looming through the mist towards us, and the old enthusiast made ready to cast himself under those mighty wheels. Come back, I shouted. Come back! But Faulkner yelled, Touch me at your peril! The sweet one must not be baulked! And made towards it. I seized him by the arm and dragged him to one side, whereat, without further parley, like a furious wildcat, he turned and in a twinkling had me by the throat, with those old talons of his deep buried in my gullet, and his long lean legs twirled round mine like thongs of leather, and his mad eyes flashing, his white face lit up with maniac passion. And so we heaved and struggled, then down upon our knees and over upon the floor, the old man striving all he knew to kill me, while I, for my part, heaved and wrenched, all my splendid strength cramped up in the wild grip of that sinewy old recluse, and over us, as we fought upon the earth, was glimmering in a minute the red copper glow, the towering form, and the cruel shrieking flails of that exulting demon we had invented. We rolled and plunged in the dust, just where that circle of red light fell on it, while guttural sobs and sighs came from us as, forgetful of all else, now one was on top in that ruddy arena, and then the other. The veins were big upon my forehead. I felt faint and sick. I could not loosen Faulkner's iron fingers, deep bedded in my neck, and did not care. And that grim old fellow had no desire now but to watch me die. I saw the glowing haze wherein we fought, and dimly understood it. I heard, faintly and more faintly, the rattle of the chains and the thunderous black laughter of our plaything, and then, just as that glowing fury seemed drawing itself together for one final effort which should crush us both from all form and shape, that very effort put something out of gear. The tangled wheels fell into the deadlock all on a sudden. The heavy chains jerked wildly in their swing and twisted together. The mighty rods and pistons went all asplay like a handful of broken straws. The great beast trembled and reeled and shook, and then split open from end to end, and, with a thunderous roar that shook our cellar to its deepest foundations, amid a wild gust of flame and steam, blew up. I rose unhurt from the dust and ashes, and unwinding Faulkner's lifeless limbs from about me, found a hammer by the forge, and, scrambling over the now pulseless remnants of the giant, burst open the door, and a few minutes later laid the great inventor's body down upon a bench in the peaceful moonlit courtyard. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The episodes I now relate are so strange, so nearly impossible, that I hesitate to set them down, lest you should call me untruthful and a jongleur. Nevertheless, they are told as they occurred, and you must believe them as you may. My quaint recluse had not been slain that night we tried his infernal engine, but had laid in a long swoon after I carried him from amid the wreck and debris of his den out into the moonlight. That swoon, indeed, lasted for a whole day and night, and Elizabeth wrung her white hands over her father's seeming lifeless body, while Emmanuel picked his yellow teeth reflectively with his dagger point at the couch foot, and Dame Marjorie spent all her art in unguents and salves upon the luckless inventor ere he showed signs of returning life. At last, however, he revived, and made a long, slow recovery of many days under the gentle ministering of his women, and while he throve hour by hour in the spring sunshine on the bench of his porch, I wooed his daughter in wayward, dissatisfied kind, and laughed scornfully at the black Spaniard's jealous scowls, and won the mellow heart of the old dame by my gallantness and courtesy. But it was child's play. I longed again to feel the hot pulse of keen emotions throbbing in my veins, to struggle with some strong tide of hot adventure, and so at last I had made up my mind to leave my good host and hostess at an early season, and, turning soldier again, espouse the first quarrel which chance threw in my way. Then one day it happened, a strange day indeed to me. Old Master Adam Faulkner had grown weary of his cranks and fan wheels, and had gone for solace to his dusty tomes and classics. Exploring amid them, in an eventful moment, he had taken down a missal, penned by some old Saxon monk, and turned to a passage he must have known well, since it was marked and thumbed. And while the ancient scholar read and mumbled over that quaint black letter, with its gorgeous gold and crimson uncials, I, who chanced to stand a little way apart, saw the wan blood mount in a thin pink glow to the enthusiast's cheeks, and in that flush recognised that he was warm upon another quest. He mumbled and muttered to himself, and while he sauntered up and down, or stopped now and then to thumb and pore over that leathern volume, I caught, in disjointed fragments, some pieces of his thoughts. "Ha ha! A most likely find indeed, a splendid treasure house of trophies, and to think that no one but old Ambrose and I wot of it. Oh, what does he say? And in this place was destroyed a noble house, and the anger of the Lord fell on the pagan defenders, and they were slain one and all. Ah, God levelled their idolatrous dwelling places, and scattered their ashes to the four winds of heaven, and with them were destroyed, the common legend saith, all their hoards of brass and silver, all their accursed images of bronze and gold, all their trinkets and fine raiment, so that the vengeance of the Lord was complete, and the heathen was utterly wiped out. Good, very good, Brother Ambrose," muttered the old man with chuckling pleasure. "And now, where did this thing happen? This house, which harboured so much lewdness, stood on the hillock by the road, a few miles from the river, and had all that land which now is wholly perquisite to the neighbouring abbey. Good, good, for certain 'tis the very spot I thought of. A happy, happy chance that made me light upon this passage. I, who live so near the spot it speaks of. I, who alone of 1,000 can use it as the golden key to unlock such a sweet mine of relics as that buried pagan home must be. Oh, Ambrose, I am grateful." And patting the musty monkish tome in childish pleasure, he replaced it reverently upon its shelf. Then up and down he paced, the student's passion burning hot within him, muttering as he went, "Why not tonight? Why not? Why not? There is no season better for such a work than soon, and I have my licence." Whereon he went to a peg on the wall and fumbled in the wallet of the ragged cloak I had seen him wear the night we met. In a minute out came a brand new scroll of parchment, neatly rolled and folded and stamped with the royal seal. That scroll Adam Faulkner undid, and setting his horn glasses on his nose, began to read the paper at arm's length, with inarticulate sounds of rapture. It seemed to delight him so much that presently I sauntered over to share in the merriment, forgetting I had thus far been unobserved. But when we came within 2 paces of each other, the scholar, perceiving me with a cry of dismay, stuffed the crushed parchment hurriedly into his bosom, as though he thought himself about to be robbed of something precious by a sudden ambuscade. However, in a minute he recognised the robber and was reassured, yet undecided still, and inch by inch the white roll came forth, while the old man kept his eyes fixed on mine. What were his scripts and scrolls to me? I smiled to note the store he set by them. There was not one of those poor things could interest me more nearly than a last year's leaf from the garden yonder, and yet, strange to say, that white roll, creeping into light from under his rusty gabardine, did attract me somehow. Long life and strange experience have wakened in me senses dormant in other mortals, and I begin to be conscious of a knowledge beyond common knowing, a sense behind other senses, which grows with practice and seems ambitious by and by to bridge the gulf which separates tangible from unreal, and what is from what will be. That growing perspicacity within me smelt something of weight about Faulkner's writing more than usual, and with my curiosity gently roused, I queried, "That seems a scrip of value, sir. Is its interest particular or public?" "In some ways, good youth," Faulkner answered hesitatingly, as he unfolded the scroll so slowly as though he were jealous even of the prying sunshine. In some ways the interest of what this is the key to is very general, and in other ways it is, at least for some time to come, most private." "Enough," I said, "and I am sorry to have questioned you, but your pleasure in the tome over there suggested just now that this was some general matter of curiosity, some dark passage in history, whereon perhaps two minds might shed more light than one. I ask indulgence for intrusion." "Nay, but stop a minute. History, did you say? Why, this is history. This is the birth script of a brand new page in history. This is leave to turn a leaf no other fingers have ever turned, to spell out in sweet ashes and lovely fragments a whole chapter, perchance, of the bygone." "Boy," cried the old fellow, grasping my arm with his lean fingers, and whispering in my ear as though he dreaded the grinning mummy of Pharaoh in the shadow might play eavesdropper, "can you keep a secret?" "Aye, fairly, when it does not interest me." "Why then, there, take that and read it." And Faulkner thrust the roll into my hands, and cast himself into an attitude, and crossed his arms upon his chest, and stared at me from under his shaggy eyebrows, as if he fancied to see fear and wonder and delight fly over my countenance, while my eyes devoured that precious deed of his. What was there so wonderful in it? The thing was sealed and tasselled, the ink and paper were new, the parchment white. It was, in fact, the very vellum Faulkner had been on his way to beg at court when we two met. A wonderful chance, as you shall presently see, an extraordinary hap indeed, that brought me to his side out of the great wastes of time, at the very instant when that ancient scholar was on the road to ask that licence. But I did not know while I read how nearly the parchment touched me. It looked just like an ordinary missive from high authority to humble petitioner, profuse and verbose, signed and countersigned, and amid a wilderness of words, just a grain of sense that I construed as giving the bearer leave to seek for treasure on certain lands therein mentioned, and adopt the same to his proper pleasure, without tax or drawback. "This may be a golden key, sir," was my response as the thing was handed back, "but it is difficult to learn anything of the door it opens by looking on it." "Yet nevertheless, young man, it is a golden key, and you shall see me use it, for if, as yonder broken engine hints, the fates will that I may not pry into the misty future, yet with their leave, with the help of this and you, will I peep into the even more shadowy past. Were you ever at the opening of an ancient crypt, a stony hiding-place, for instance, where dead men's bones lay all about mid dim gems and the rusty iron playthings of love and war?" "I do recall one such an episode." "And did it not affect you greatly?" "Greatly indeed." "Ay, boy, and this that I will show you shall affect you more. We too will turn a leaf which shall read as clear to you as though you had been at the writing of it 1,000 years before. It is a grassy hillock, and you shall lift that sod with me, and if this thing is as I think it is, oh, you shall start at what you find, and coward ague shall unstring your soldier legs. You shall be dumb with wonder, and ply your mattock with damp fearful awe beaded on your forehead, and starting eyes fixed fast in horrid pleasure on what we will unearth. Ay, if you have a spark of generous comprehension, if one drop of the milk of kindness still bides within you, you shall people this place we go to find with such teeming sprightly fancies, such moving mockeries of frail humankind new risen from their ashes at your feet, that you shall wring your hands out of pure rue for them that were, and pluck your beard in dumb chagrin, and beat upon your heart even to watch all that which once was ruddy valour and hot love and white beauty go a-drifting so upon the dusty evening wind. You will come with me?" "Old man," I said, pacing up and down with folded arms and bent head, "'twas upon my tongue to say I would not. I had a fair tryst to keep this evening, and something that I have seen of late makes such ventures as you have planned doubly distasteful to me. 'Twas in my mind to laugh and shake my head, But gods, you have stirred a pulse within me that rouses me with resistless wonder. Your words tell on me strangely. There is something in that you say, which echoes through my heart like the footfall of a storm upon the hollow earth, and I can do nothing but listen and acquiesce. I will come. Good youth, I knew you would. And that our hopes may not suffer by delay, let us prepare at once. Get you mattock, spade, and pick with whatever other tools your strength shall need, and I will feed and have my pretty palfrey saddled, and con yon crabbed passage over once again. So we will be ready, and at nightfall under the yellow stars we'll start upon a venture that you shall think on for many a day. I bent my head, and we did as Faulkner suggested, but a strange unrest possessed me. When spade and mattock were hidden where we could take them up in secret, for we did not wish our enterprise too widely known, the time hung wondrously heavy on hand. All the tedious hours before sunset I was oppressed with an anxiety quaint and inexplicable, half wishing by turns I had not promised to join the mad old fellow in his moonlight quest, and then laughing my scruples down and becoming as restless for the start as before I had been reluctant. As for the scholar himself, the very shirt of Deianira possessed him, and his impatience shone behind his yellow wrinkled face like a candle inside a horn lantern. Somehow the hours wore through, however, and when the evening was come, we set forth, Faulkner pale and eloquently raving from astride of that mean palfrey, whose sumpter pad was loaded with our tools on one side, and on the other a monster sack wherein to bring back all the treasure we were to rifle, and I on foot, leading that gentle beast, and thoughtful past proportion or reason. At first we pushed on at a brisk pace, by familiar roads, but after a time our path lay more to the eastward, the scholar said, and once off the broad white track leading to the nearest town, the road grew narrower and more narrow. On we went in silence, mile after mile, by rutty lanes where twittering bats flitted up and down the black arcades of overhanging bush and briar, by rushy flats where the water stood wan and dim in the uncertain light, now brushing by the heavy dew-laden branches of a woodman's path, through deep thickets of oak and beech, and then following a winding sheep-track over ling and gorse. So sombre was that way, and so few the signs of life, I wondered how the scholar kept even the direction, but he was a better pilot than he seemed, and while he ranted silently upon the sky and waved his hands in ghostly rhythm to his unspoken thoughts, I found from a chance word or two he was in some kind watching the stars, and leading us forward by their dim light towards that goal whereof he had got knowledge from his musty tomes. On we went through the still starry night, pacing along from black shadows to black shadows, and moonlight to silver moonlight, until it must have been within an hour or two of daybreaking, for under the purple pall of sky there was a long stream of pale light in the east. It was about that time, and the night shadows were strong and ebony, and the cold breath and deep hush of a coming morning hung over everything, when Faulkner first began to hesitate, and presently confessed that which he sought for should be somewhere here. But in the glimmer of the starlight he was uncertain whether it lay to right or left. We halted, and mounting on a hillock, peered all about us, but to little purpose, for the sombre night hid everything. The massed forest trees rose tier upon tier on every hand, like mountain ranges running on indefinite into the gloomy passes of the clouds, and the chance gleams of moonlight, lying white and still upon the dew-damp meadows, were so like great misty lakes and rivers, it were difficult to say whether they were such or no. So back we scrambled once more, and unhitched our patient beast from the hazel whereto we had tied him, and plunged on again by dingle and sandy road, and rough woodland path, until we were hopelessly mazed, and there seemed nothing for it but to wait till daylight, or go empty back. Yet, reluctant to do either, we held to it a little, hoping some chance might favour us. 'Twas past midnight, Not a crow of distant cock or yelp of village cur broke the dead stillness, and we were plodding down a turfy road, when, on a sudden, our patient steed threw forward his ears and came to a dead stop, and, almost the same minute, the grey-clad figure of a countryman in long cape and hood, a wide slouch hat upon his head, and a tall staff in his hand, came out from the depth 100 yards ahead of us, and with slow measured gait and bent face walked down towards us. Old Faulkener was overjoyed. Here was one who knew the country and would show us his precious hillock, and he shouted to that stranger and tugged his palfrey's rein. But that observant beast was strangely reluctant. He went on a pace, then stopped, and backed and pawed the silent ground, throwing his prick ears forward, whinnying and staring at that silent coming stranger with strange disquiet in every movement, and I sympathised with that dumb brute, and as the countryman came near, somehow my blood ran cold and colder. My tongue, that was a wag to ask the way, stuck helpless to my teeth, a foolish chill beset my limbs, and by the time we met, I had only wit enough left to stare speechless at that grey form in silent expectation. But the old philosopher did not feel these tremors. He was delighted at our good luck, and fumbling in his wallet pulled out a small silver piece, which he tendered to the man, explaining at the same time our need and asking him to guide us. The stranger took the coin in silence, and, keeping his face hidden in the shadow of his hat, said the mound was near. He knew it well, he had bided by it long, and he would willingly show us where it lay. Back we went by copse and heather, back for 1/2 mile, then turned to the right, and in a few minutes more came out of the brushwood into the starlight, and there, at our very feet, the ground was swelling up in gentle sweep to the flat top of a little island hill, lost in the sea of forest land about it. It was the place we came for, and the scholar, without another thought for us, joyfully pricked his steed to the rise, and was soon out of sight round the shoulder of the ground. But oh, what was that strange dull hesitation that made my feet heavy as lead upon that threshold? Whence came those thronging, formless fancies that crowded to my mind as I surveyed that smoothly rounded hillock and all the fantastic shadows beyond it? That spot was the same one I had wandered to when I walked lonely from Faulkener's house, and here chance brought me to it anew at dead midnight, and all the old thrills of indistinct remembrance I then had felt were working in me again with redoubled force, moving my soul to such unrest that I bent my head and hid my eyes, and strove long but vainly to recall why or when I had last trodden that soil, as somewhere and somehow I was certain that I had. Thinking and thinking without purpose, presently I looked up, and there, 2 paces away, was still that grey hedgeman leaning on his staff and regarding me from under his country hat with calm, soulless attention. I had forgotten his presence, and it was so strange to see him there, so rustic and so stately, that I started back, and an unfamiliar chill beset me for an instant. But it was only a moment. Then, angry to have been surprised, I turned haughtily upon him, and with folded arms, in mockingness of his own stern attitude, stared proudly into those black shadows where should have been his face. Jove, 'twas a stare that would not have blanched for all the lightning in a Caesar's eye, or wavered one moment beneath the grim returning gaze of any tyrant that ever lived. And yet, even as I looked into that void, my soul turned to water, and my eyelids quivered and bent and drooped, my arms fell loose and nerveless to my side, and every power of free action forsook me. That being took my perturbation with the same cold lack of wonder he had shown throughout. He eyed me for a minute with his sleepy, stately calm, and then he said, "You have been here before?" "Yes," I answered, "but how or when only the great gods know." And though I noticed it not at the moment, Yet since it has flashed upon me as another link in a wondrous chain, that at that moment both I and the grey countryman were using the long-forgotten British tongue. " And would you know, would you recall? " he queried in his passionless voice. " Aye, if it is within your power to stir my memory, stir it, in the name of loud Tyrannus, of old Belenus, and all the other fiends I once believed in." " Well sworn, Phoenician," said that tall nocturnal wanderer, and without another word grasped his staff, and signing me to follow, led round the shoulder of the hillock to where, alone and solitary, we two were stayed by a trickling rivulet that sprang from a grassy basin in the slope, and went by a little rushy course winding down into the dusty thickets beyond. At that pool my guide stopped suddenly, then, pointing with stern finger still shrouded under the folds of his ample cloak, " Drink," he cried, " drink, and remember." I could no more have thwarted him than I could have torn that solid mound from off its base, and down I went upon one knee and took a broken crock some shepherd had left behind, and filled it and put it to my lips and drank. Then up I leapt with a wild yell of wonder and astonishment, while right across the sullen midnight sky, it seemed, there shot out in one broad living picture all the painted pageantry of my Roman life. I saw old Roman Britain rise before me, and the quaint templed towns of a splendid epoch leap into shape from the tumbled chaos of the evening clouds. I saw the crowded episodes that had followed after my rewakening in the cave where my princess had laid me. The faces of my jolly long-dead comrades seemed thronging round about me. I heard the street cries of a Roman British city. I saw the dust rise and the glitter, and the phalanges wheeled and turned upon the castra before the porch, where a gay patrician gallant I lounged in gold and turquoise armour. I saw Electra's ivory villa start into form and substance out of the pale, filtering Tudor moonlight, and the great white bull and the haughty lady, stately and tall, beckoning me up her marble steps. And then I was with her, her petted youth, lying indolent and happy, toying disdainfully with the imperial love she proffered me, while we filled our rainbow shells from that bright fountain that spurted in her inner court. With a wild cry I dropped the shepherd's crock and started back. The water I was sipping was the water of Electra's courtyard fountain. Gods, there was none other like it. Often we two had drunk of that crystal torrent as it burst, full of those sweet earth salts the Romans loved so well, from the bowels of the earth straight into her pearly basins. The last time I had stooped to it was on that night of fiery combat when Electra's villa fell, and here I was, sipping of it again, so strangely and unexpectedly that I hid my eyes a space, scarce knowing what might happen next. When I uncovered them, the black dusky clouds had swallowed the painted pageantry of my vision, the night wind blew chill round the grassy slope, the Roman villa and fountain had gone from the grey shadows where we stood, only the tinkle of the falling water was left in the darkness, and in front of me still the tall figure of that grey-clad countryman. Only that countryman. Hoth, how can I describe the rush of keen wonder and fear which swept over me when, looking at him again, I saw that he had turned back the flap of his wide hat, and there in the dead grey light was staring at me the same stern, passionless face that had come to my shoulder in the reek and heat of combat on this very spot 1300 years before, and, doing the bidding of the great unknown, had drawn me from those fiery shambles only just in time. I knew him then, on the instant, as no mortal, and glared at him with every nerve at tension, and speechless tongue, too numb to question, and while I stared like that with the strong emotion playing on lip and eye, it was only a minute or so, though it seemed an epoch, the face of that being was lit by a smile, sedate and impalpable. Then turning to me with gentle superiority, he said, "You have been long, Phoenician. They told me you would come again, and I have waited, waited for you here these few 100 years, waited until I near tired of watching all your circling vagaries. Here is the place you came tonight to find. My errand ends. Dig, wonder, and reflect. This I was told to show you and to say. And like the echo of his own words, like the shadow of a cloud upon a rock, that strange messenger of another life was drunk up by the darkness right in front of my wondering eyes. So swift and silent was his passage back into the outer vagueness, that for a minute I could not believe that he had gone in truth, and held my breath and stared up and down, expecting he would fashion again out of the draughty air, or speak above or below once more in that voice, every syllable of which fell clear on my soul like water falling in a well. But it was useless to listen and peer into the gloom. The shape was gone beyond recall, and while my mind still pondered over the strangeness of it, keeping me spellbound at the brink of that enchanted fountain, with bent head and folded arms, trying to guess how much of this was fantasy and how much fact, there rose a shout upon the still night air, and raising my eyes, there was Faulkner's quaint black image, capering wildly on the dusky skyline, the while he brandished aloft in one hand a spade, and in the other, looking quaintly like a new severed head dangling by the hair, the first sod he had cut of that treasure heap so dear and dreadful to me. I went sullenly up to the recluse, full of such strange conflicting feelings as you may suppose, and found him eager and excited. He had marked out a long furrow across the crest of the hill, and this we were to open and strike out right or left according as our venture throve. Jove! I stared for a time at that black trench as though it were the narrow lip of hell, which presently should yawn and throw up a grim, ghostly, warlike crew, worse than those who frightened Jason. And then I laughed in bitterness and perplexity, and tore off my doublet and rolled my tunic sleeves above my shoulder, and took a spade, and at one strong heave plunged it deep into the tender bosom of the swelling turf, just over where the outskirts of the ancient Roman house had been, and wrenched it up. Then in again, then again, while the mad philosopher capered in the twilight to watch my sinewy strength so well applied, and the whistling bats swept curious round us. I had not turned back a stitch of that light, peaty coverlet when down my spade sank through an inner crust, deep into something soft and hollow seeming, and the next minute Faulkner, who also had set to work, was in the same fine strata too. We laid it bare, and there below us shone a floor of white dim ashes mixed with earth and leaves and roots. "A torch! A torch!" yelled Faulkner, and down he went upon his knees, and, wild with exultation, wallowed in that powdery stuff, throwing it out by hand and armfuls, till all his clothes were covered with it, and his hoary beard was still more hoary, and his white face still more white, and his mad twinkling eyes were still more lunatic, and I helping him, full of crowding hopes and fears. And so we dug and grovelled and scraped, while the pale stars twinkled overhead, until soon my master gave a shout, and looking quickly at him, Jove, he was hand in hand with a dead white hand that he had uncovered, and was hauling at it in frantic eagerness, and scraping away the rubbish above, and slipping and plunging and staggering in the grey dust, while the beaded sweat shone upon his forehead, and his white elf locks were all astray upon the night air. And then, gods, it began to give, and I held my breath, knowing all I knew, while the white stuff cracked and heaved about that ghostly palm, and then it opened, and first his head, and then his shoulders, and then his stiff contorted limbs, my master dragged out into the starshine, with one strong effort, a bulky ancient warrior. There, in the torchlight which Faulkner held above him, slept that kiln-dried soldier. He lay flat upon his back, and while one knotted shrivelled fist was stretched stiff in front in deathless anger, the broken digits of his other hand were welded by red iron rust about the red rusty hilt of a bladeless sword, and that soldier's soulless face was set stiff and hard, while on his stern shut lips and deep in his eyeless sockets even now restless passion and quenchless hate seemed smouldering. About that frail body still clung in melancholy tatters the shreds and remnants of purple webs and golden tissue. On his shoulders, sunk into his withered lifeless flesh, were the mouldy straps and scales of harness and cuirass, and on his head what once had been, though now it was more like winter wrack, a gay helmet and a horseman's nodding crimson plume. It was a ghostly plaything to unearth like that under the wavering starlight, and it was doubly dreadful to note how death-like was it, while yet all the hot life-passion lay stamped for ever in unchanging fierceness on the hideous mask of dissolution. I turned away as Faulkner, gleefully shouting that he was 1,000 years old if he was a day, tore the russet trophies from him and pushed him down the hill. I turned away, grimly frowning, out into the black starlight with folded arms, for that contorted thing was jolly Caius Marcius, my merry Byzantine captain of those mercenaries who stood it out with me that last night of Roman power in England. Jolly Caius Marcius! Often we two had set the British dogs a-yelping as we wandered home from noisy midnight frolics down the moonlit Temple streets. Often we two had driven the same boar to bay deep in his reedy stronghold. Often at banquet and at feast, when the roses lay deep below and the strong warm breath of scented wine hung thick above, that curly black head the Mercian damsels liked so well had sunk happy and heavy on my shoulder. Jove, how the world had spun since then, and there was Faulkner pushing him down the slope, and I could not raise a comrade finger for merry Caius, and could only stupidly remember, as the sprawling heap went trundling away into the brambles, how in that long ago I had owed him half a silver talent, and had never yet repaid it. Well, we fell to work again, and farther on, amid the passages where these ancient men had fought and fallen in the rout, we found a limb, and dug about it till we uncovered another strange twisted hide of what was once humanity. A stalwart shell, this one, but Faulkner thought little on him, because he wore no links or chains, and set him rolling after the other with scant ceremony. The next we came to seemed by gear and weapons a southern mercenary. He lay asprawl upon his face, and my master levered him out and plucked him of his scanty metal relics with no more compunction than if he were a pigeon. It was grim, wild work, there under the leer of the yellow dawning, all in the hush of the twilight, coming on those ghastly relics thus one by one, and prizing them out of their ashy shells, and turning them over, and reading on each black mummy mask, that seemed to smile and grin with dead ferocity under the flickering flambeau light, the countenance and fashion of ancient comrade and ally. And ever and anon as I worked, held to the labour by a strange fascination, the melancholy footfall of the gusty wind came pacing round the hill, and with a frown and start I would look over my shoulder, half fearing, half hoping it was my grey countryman come once more. So we toiled and toiled while the light waned, and Faulkner's treasure heap was swelling, and the nearer we worked to the centre of that ample round of corridors and courts, the thicker came to light those old-world fighters, and presently we got right down to the tessellated paving of Electra's lordly hall, and here we found what it was which made all those ancient warriors so still and lasting. It was that strange, mysterious fountain, that jet of pungent taste and wondrous properties, when the walls fell in, had overflowed its basins and percolated through the deep soft ashes lying thick about these marble rooms and chambers, and by the stony magic wherewith it was charged, had lined and filled those ancient gentlemen it met with, and thereafter, in long dark months of silence, had supplemented their wasting tissues with its calcareous sediment, and kept them for ever as we found them, strange, horrible, exact and real, with passion and life stamped deep on every face, and strength and vigour in every limb, although those faces wore only ashy masks, and those limbs no stouter than the vellum on which I write. Under that crust of welded stone and ashes it was wonderful to see how perfectly was everything preserved. We raised it in great flakes from the stony flooring, and all the stain and litter of the fight lay under it, as though they were not a dozen hours old. We chipped that scaly covering from the walls, and there, fresh as the moment they were made, gleamed up under our wavering torchlight all the gay mural paintings, the smudges of battle and the scars of axe and arrow. We lifted that pale stiff shroud from the inner chambers, and beneath lay shreds and shells of furniture and gear. The half-baked loaves were in the oven, the flesher's knife was on the block. Round about the bounds of that stately ruin we went, uncovering at every spadeful something mournful, forgetting fatigue and time, as wonder after wonder rose to view. Thus we came at last to the mid-court where the great fight had been, and peeled the thin turf from off it, far and near. We had scarce begun to rake aside the ashes when down to help us came, out of the black parting clouds, strong gusts of cold morning wind, blowing fitfully at first and chill, and sobbing overhead, and all about us, as though the grey air was full of spirits. It gathered strength, and, wailing over the wide floor we had uncovered, in one strong breath swept back the veil of ashes, and there, Jove, all amid the juts of fallen masonry and stumps of beam and rafter, blackened in that fire which seemed but yesterday, were high protruding knees of dead combatants, and stiff bent elbows as thick as grass, and haggard wizened faces, all stamped with 20 fine degrees of terror, and fierce clenched fists, and hands that still waved above them broken hilt and blade. There they lay in heaps and rucks about that ancient villa floor, just as they had died fighting amid the red choking ashes of the blazing roof, all horribly lifelike and yet so grimly dead. Old Falconer yelled in sheer affright and capered, and shook his fist towards them, and tore his lean white locks 'tween dread and wonder, and stiff my Phrygian curls seemed on my head, and cold the sweat upon my forehead. And then, while we watched, a very wonderful thing happened, and dreadful and beautiful, those cinders began to glow. Jutting beam and rafter grew red and redder, pile and timber and cornice caught the ambient blush. The crimson stain crept all across the hall, it burnt in mockery upon ruined wall and portico, and lit with an unearthly radiance those parched, contorted faces that grinned and leered and frowned, still in frantic struggle with their kind, all round us. Was I mad? Was this some hideous last delusion which beset my aching mind and horror-surfeited eyes? No, there was Faulkner saw it too, and had fallen on his knees and buried his fearful face behind his hands, and thrown his gabardine cloak over his head to shut out that dreadful sight. I drew my hand across my face and looked again. It was true, too true. That charred and ancient villa was all alight once more. Wherever fire had been, at every point and crevice, there the ambient glow was smouldering with a flameless brightness. It underlay the silver ashes with a hot golden shine. It gilded all the fallen metal statues of gods and goddesses until they seemed to shimmer beneath its touch. It shone near by under the walls and far out upon the steps. It was so real, so terribly like what it had been here 1,000 years before, that I half bent to take a weapon in the delusion of that brilliant fantasy. A husky cry of encouragement to those stark ancient warriors half framed itself upon my lips, and then, how exactly I know not, but somehow a slight insequence flashed upon me. and in another minute I had spun angrily round upon my heel, and there I saw, right behind us, calm, benignant, crimson, the great May sun was topping the eastern oak trees. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Wonderful Adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After that eventful episode just detailed, life ran smooth and uneventful for a time in the old manor house. I had had enough to think of for many a day, and was inert and listless somehow. War, that had seemed so bright, had lost half its colour to me. Honour and renown, why, the green grass in the fields was not more fleeting, I began to think. And what use was it striving after conquests which another age undid, or attempting brave adventures whereof a later time recognised neither cause nor purpose? I was in a doleful mood, as you will see, and lay about on Faulkner's sunny red-brick terraces for days together, reflecting in this idle fashion, or pressed my suit upon his daughter when other pastimes failed. Now this latter was a dangerous sport for one like me, and one whose fair opponent at the game had such a fine untaught instinct for it as Mistress Bess possessed. I began to speak soft things into that lady's ear, as you may remember, like many another, for lack of better occupation, and because it seemed so discourteous to be indifferent to the sweet enticement of my friend. And then I took the gentle malady from her, and growing worse than she had been, how could she do aught but sympathise? And so, between us, we eked the matter on in ample leisure, until that which was a pretty jest became at last very serious and sober earnest. It was a strange wooing. I still worked in the forge, riveting, hammering, and piecing together the fragments of the scholar's shattered dream, and down the damsel would come at times into the grimy den, and sit upon the forge corner in her dainty country smock, twirling her ribboned points and laughing at me and my toil, as fresh and dainty among all that gloomy black glitter round about as a ray of spring sunshine. I was so solitary and glum, how could I fail to be pleasured in that dear presence? And one time I would hammer her a gleaming buckle or wristlet out of a knob of ancient silver, and it was sweet to see that country damsel's eagerness, as, with flushed face and sparkling eyes, she bent over and watched the pretty toy shine and glitter, and take form and shape under my cunning hammer. Or then again, perhaps, another day I would tell her, as though it were only hearsay, some wondrous old story of the ancient time, so full of light and colour and love as I could fill it, and that dear auditor would drink in every syllable with thirsty ears, and laugh and weep and fear and tremble just as I willed, the while I pointed my periods with my anvil irons, and danced my visionary puppets against the black shadows of that nether hall. Hoth, a good listener is a sweet solace to him whose heart is full. Those narratives did so engross us that often the forge went cold, and bar and rivet slumbered into blackness, while I stalked up and down that dingy cavern, peopling it with such glowing forms and fancies as kept that dear untutored damsel spellbound. Often the evening fell upon us so, and we had at last to steal shamefacedly across the courtyard, to where the warm glow behind the lattices told us supper and the others waited. There was small difference in these days. I hammered cheerful, and I hammered dull. I hammered hopeful, and I hammered melancholy. I hammered in tune to the merry prattle of that girl, and I hammered sad and solitary, and ever, as I forged and welded by myself, you may guess how I thought and speculated, thought of all the love that I had loved, and all the useless strife and ambition, and now hung over my blackening iron as the pain of ancient perplexities and disappointments beset me. And then anon, laughed and beat new life into the glowing metal as the light of forgotten joys flashed for a moment on the fitful current of my mind. Ah, and again I forged hot and impetuous on my master's rods and rivets, as the old pulse of battles and onset swelled in my veins, forged and hammered while the stream of such fancies bore me on, until, unwitting, the very molten stuff beneath my hands took form and fashion of my thoughts, and grew up into shining spearheads and white blades, until the fantasy in turn was past, and I checked my fancies and saw, ashamed, the foolish work my busy hammer had fashioned, and sadly broke the spearheads and snapped the blades, and came back with a sigh to meaner things. My mind being thus full of all those wild adventures and wondrous exploits I had seen and shared, when, as I was strolling one idle morning down Faulkner's dusty museum corridor, and sampling as I went his precious tomes, that thing happened to which you owe this book. I dipped into his missals and vellums as I sauntered from shelf to shelf, and soon I found there was scarcely a page, scarcely a passage within their mothy leathern covers that did not touch me nearly, or set me thinking of something old and wonderful. There was not a page in all that fingered, scholar-marked library, it seemed to me, upon which I could not find something better or nearer to the shining truth to say than they who had wrote those cupboard histories and philosophies. And first I was only sad to see so much inaccurate set down, and then I fell to sighing as I turned the leaves of quaint treatise and pedantic monkish diary, that they should write who knew so little, and I, who knew so much, should be so dumb. And thus vague fancies began to form within my mind, and backed by the brooding memories, strong within, began to egg me on to write myself. Jove, I had not touched a pen for many 100 years, and yet here was the budding hunger for expression rising strong within me, and I laughed and went over to old Faulkner's great oak table by the mullioned window, and took up his quill and turned it here and there, and looked on both ends of it, then presently set it down with a shake of the head as a weapon past my wielding. I felt the texture of his vellums, and peered into the depth of his ink-pot, as though they were to see therein all those glowing facts and fancies that I yearned to draw therefrom. But it would not do, not even the challenge of those piled tomes, not even the handy means to the end I coveted, could for a time break down my diffidence. So I fell melancholy again, and wandered down that quaintly stocked museum library, gazing ruefully on each sad remnant of humanity, and thinking how quaint it was that I should come to dust my kinsmen's skulls and tabulate those grim old heads that had so often wagged in praise of me. Then back again to the shelves, and pored and pondered over the many-authored books, until, by hap, my eyes lit upon a passage in an Eastern tale that was so pregnant with experience, so fine, it seemed to my mood in fancy and philosophy that it entranced me and fired my zeal to a point naught else had done. The ancient Arabian narrator is telling how one came, in mid-desert, upon a splendid ruined city, a silent, unpeopled town of voiceless palaces and temples, and wandered on by empty street and fallen greatness, until, in the stateliest court of 1,000 stately palaces, he found an iron tablet, and on it was written these words: "In the name of God, the eternal, the everlasting, throughout all ages. In the name of God, who begetteth not, and who is not begotten, and unto whom there is none like. In the name of God, the mighty and powerful. In the name of the living, who dieth not. O thou who arrivest at this place, be admonished by the misfortunes and calamities that thou beholdest, and be not deceived by the world and its beauty, and its falsity and calumny, and its fallacy and finery. For it is a flatterer, a cheat, a traitor. Its things are borrowed, and it will take the loan from the borrower, and it is like the confused visions of the sleeper, and the dream of the dreamer. These are the characteristics of the world. Confide not, therefore, in it, nor incline to it, for it will betray him who dependeth upon it, and who in his affairs relieth upon it. Fall not into its snares, nor cling to its skirts, for I possessed 4,000 bay horses in a stable, and I married 1,000 damsels, all daughters of kings, high-bosomed virgins like moons. And I was blessed with 1,000 children, and I lived 1,000 years, happy in mind and heart. And I amassed riches, such as the kings of the earth were unable to procure, and I imagined that my enjoyments would continue without failure. But I was not aware when there alighted among us the terminator of delights, the separator of companions, the desolator of abodes, the ravager of inhabited mansions, the destroyer of the great and the small, and the infants and the children and the mothers. We had resided in this palace in security until the event decreed by the Lord of all creatures, the Lord of the heavens and the Lord of the earths, befell us, and the thunder of the manifest truth assailed us, and there died of us every day 2, till a great company of us had perished. So when I saw that destruction had entered our dwellings, and had alighted among us, and drowned us in the sea of deaths, I summoned a writer, and ordered him to write these verses and admonitions and lessons, and caused them to be engraved upon these doors and tablets and tombs. I had an army comprising 1,000 bridles, composed of hardy men with spears and coats of mail and sharp swords and strong arms, and I ordered them to clothe themselves with the long coats of mail, and to hang on the keen swords, and to place in rest the terrible lances, and mount the high-blooded horses. Then, when the event appointed by the Lord of all creatures, the Lord of the earth and the heavens, befell us, I said, O companies of troops and soldiers, can ye prevent that which hath befallen me from the mighty King? But the soldiers and troops were unable to do so, and they said, How shall we contend against him from whom none hath secluded the Lord of the door that hath no doorkeeper? So I said, Bring to me the wealth. And it was contained in 1,000 pits, in each of which were 1,000 hundredweights of red gold. And in them were varieties of pearls and jewels, and there was the like quantity of white silver, with treasures such as the kings of the earth were unable to procure. And they did so, and when they had brought the wealth before me, I said to them, Can ye deliver me by means of all these riches, and purchase for me therewith one day, during which I may remain alive? But they could not do so. They resigned themselves to destiny, and I submitted to God with patient endurance of fate and affliction, until he took my soul, and made me to dwell in my grave. And if thou ask concerning my name, I am Cush, the son of Sheddad, the son of Ad the Greater. Oh, well written, I cried. Well written, Cush, the son of Sheddad, the son of Ad the Greater, well and wisely written, and also I will write, for I have much to tell, and I too may some day be as thou art. Thus was the beginning of this book. I got pen and ink and a volume of unwritten leaves forthwith, and carried them away to a lonely chamber in the thickness of a turret wall, a little forgotten cell, some 6 poor feet across. And there solitary I have written, and still write, peopling by the flickering yellow lamplight that stony niche with all the brilliant memories that I harbour, letting my recollection wander unshackled down the wondrous path that I have come, and step, by episodes of pain and pleasure, by wild adventure and strange mischance, down, far down, from the ancient times I have brought you until now, when my ink is still wet upon the events of yesterday, and I cease for the moment. This, then, is all that there is to say, all but one suggestive line. I and yonder fair damsel have plighted troth under the apple trees out in her orchard. We have broken a ring, and she has one half of it, and I have the other. To-morrow will we tell her father, and presently be married. 'Tis a right sweet and winsome maid, and together, hand in hand, we will rehabilitate this ancient pile, and dock that desert garden, and get us friends and troops of curly-headed children, and lie and bask i' the jolly sunshine of contentment, and so go hand in hand for ever down the pleasant ways of peaceful dalliance. Jove! My pen and a few poor minutes more from the bottom dregs of life. It is over. All the long combat and turmoil, all the success and disappointment, all the hoping and fearing. That which I thought was a beginning turns out to be but an ending. My hand shakes as I write, my life throbs and my blood is on fire within me. I am dying, friendless and alone as I have lived, dying in a niche in the wall with my great unfinished diary before me, and with the grim briefness of my necessity. This is how it has happened. I had wooed and won Elizabeth Faulkner, and, on the day after she had come down into the forge, as was her wont, sweet and virginal, and I was there at work, and took her into my arms. And while we dallied thus, there entered on us the ancient scholar and the swart steward. Gods, that villain blanched and scowled to see us so, till his swart face was whiter than the furnace ashes. I took the maiden's hand, and boldly turning to her father, told my love and its accomplishment, whereat she burst from me and threw herself upon his bosom, and, radiant with confusion, such a sweet country pearl as any prince might well have stooped to raise, she pleaded for us. Oh, 1,000 curses on that black fell shadow standing there behind her. The father, relenting, kissed the fair white forehead of that winsome girl. He bid Emmanuel bring at once a loving cup, and while that foul traitor reeled away to fetch it, he joined our hands and gave us, in tones of love and gentleness, his blessing. Then came back the scoundrel Spaniard, his lean, hungry face all drawn and puckered with his wicked passions, and in his hand a silver bowl of wine. O Jove, how cruel it flames within me now! My sweet maid took it, and rueful for the pain she had given black Emmanuel, spoke fair and gentle, saying how we would ever stay his friends and do our best to prosper him. And even I, generous like a soldier, echoed her sweet words, telling that fell knave how, when the game was played and finished, e'en the worst rivals might meet once more in good comradeship. And so, while the mean Spanish hound, with cruel jaw dropped down and hands a-twitching at his side, turned from us, his tender mistress lifted the goblet to her lips and drank. She drank, and because she was no courtly goblet-kissing dame, she drank full and honest, then passed the troth-cup to me, and I laughed and swept aside my Phrygian beard, and happy once more and successful, at the pink of my ambition, pledged those friendly two, pledged even yon black-hearted scoundrel scowling there in the shade, then poured all that sweet, rosy-tasting love-cup of promise down my thirsty throat. Gods! What was that at bottom of it? A pale, bitter white dreg? Oh, Jove, what was this? I dipped a finger in and tried it, while a dead hush fell upon us four. It was bitter, bitter as rue, cold, horrible, and biting. My fingers tightened slowly round the goblet stem. I looked at the sweet lady, and in a minute she was swaying to and fro in the pale light like a fair white column, and then her hands were pressed convulsive for a space upon her heart, while her knees trembled and her body shook, and then, all in an instant, she locked her fair fingers at arm's length above her head, and with a low wail of fear and anguish that shall haunt for ever that stony corridor, she staggered and dropped. Down went the goblet, and I caught her as she fell, and there she lay, heaving a moment in my arms, then looked up and smiled at me, smiled for one happy second her own dear smile of love and sunshine, then shut her eyes, trembling a little, and presently lay still and pale upon my bosom, dead. Fair, fair Elizabeth Faulkner! I held her thus a space, and it was so still you could hear the gentle draught of the curling smoke filtering up the chimney, and the merry twitter of the swallows perched far above upon it. I held her so a space, then kissed her fiercely and tender once upon her smooth forehead, and gave the white girl to her father. Then turned I to the steward, the bitter passion and the deadly drug surging together like molten lead within my veins. So turned I to him, and our eyes met, and for a moment we glared upon each other, so still and grim that you could hear our hearts pulsing like iron hammers, and at every beat a long year of terror and shame seemed to flit across the ashy face of that coward Iberian. He withered and grew old, grew lean and haggard and pinched and bent in those few seconds I stared at him. Then, without taking an eye from his eyes, slowly my hand was outstretched, and my sword was lifted from the anvil where I had thrown it. Slowly, slowly I drew the weapon from its sheath and raised it, and slowly that villain went back, staring grimly the while, like the dead man that he was, at the point. Then, on a sudden, he screamed like a rat in a gin, and turned and fled, and I was after him like the November wind after the dead leaves. And round the forge we ran, fear and bitter, bitter vengeance winging our heels. And round the anvil with its idle hammer and cold half-welded iron swept that savage race, round by where the pale father was bending over the soft dead form of his sweet country girl, round the ruined chaos of the great broken engine, round by the cobwebbed walls of that gloomy crypt, round by the clattering heaps of iron in a mad, wild frenzy we swept, and then the Spaniard fled to a little oaken wicket in the stony wall, leading by many score of winding steps far out into the turrets above. He tore the wicket open and plunged up that stony staircase, and I was on his heels. Up the clattering stairs we raced. Gods, how the fellow leapt and screamed! And so we came in a minute out into the air again, out onto old Adam Faulkner's ancient roof, out all among his gargoyles and corby steps, with the pleasant summer wind wafting the blue smoke of luncheon time about us, and the courtyard flags far, far down below. And there I set my teeth and drew my sinews together, and wiped the cold sweat of death from off my forehead, and stilled the wild, strong tremors that were shaking my iron fabric, and, lost in a reckless lust of vengeance, crouched to the spring that should have ended that villain. He saw it, and back he went, step by step, screaming at every pace, hideous and shrill, back step by step, with no eyes but for me, back until he was unknowing at the very verge of the roof, back again another pace, and then, Jove, a reel and a stagger, and he was gone. And, as I rushed forward and looked down, I saw him strike upon the parapets 100 feet below, and bound into the air, and fall and strike again, and spin like a wheel, and be now feet up, and now head, and so, at last, crash with a dull, heavy thud, a horrid lifeless thing, on the distant stones of that quiet courtyard. It is over, and I in turn have time to laugh. I have come here to my secret den in the thickness of these great walls, staggering slowly here by dim steep stairs and rare-trodden landings. Here to die. And I have double-locked the oaken door and shot the bolts, and pitch the key out of my one narrow window slit. And, gently rocking and swaying as the strong poison does its errand, I have thrown down my belt and sword, and opened my great volume once again. Misty the letters swim before me, and the strong pain ebbs and flows within. All the room is hazy and dim, and I grow weak and feeble, and my heavy head sags down upon the leaf I strive to finish. Some other time shall find that leaf and me a dusty ancient remnant. Some other hand shall turn these pages than those I meant them for. Some other eyes than theirs shall read and wonder and perhaps regret. And now I droop anon, and then start up, and the pale swinging haze seems taking shapes of friendliness and beauty. There are no longer limits to this narrow kingdom, and before my footstool sweep in soft procession all the shapes that I have known and loved. Electra comes, a pale proud shade, sweeping down that violent road, and holding out her ivory palm in queenly friendship. And Numidia trips behind her and nods and smiles. And there is stalwart Caius, his martial plumes brushing the sky. And earlier Sempronius, brave and gentle, and jolly Tullus, and two, a trooping band of ancient comrades. Now have I looked up once more and laughed, and here they come trooping again, those smiling shadows, and the fair Thane is with them, her plaited yellow hair gleaming upon her unruffled forehead, and by either hand she leads a rosebud babe, who stretch small palms towards and voiceless cries upon me. And white-bearded Senlac, and two, my Saxon serfs and franklins come gliding in. And there strides gallant Codrington, leading a pale shadow all in white, and Isabel turns a fair pale face upon me as she goes by. Oh, I am dead, dead, I know it, all but the hand which writes and the eyes that see, and I laugh as the last fitful flashes of the pain and life fly through the loosening fabric of my body. And now a hush has fallen on those silent shades, and their hazy ranks have fallen wide apart, and through them glides ruddy Blodwen. Blodwen, who comes to claim her own, and approaching, looks into my eyes, and all those stately shadows are waiting, two, for us two to head them hence. And she, my princess, my wife, has come near and touched my hand, and at that touch the mantle of life falls from me. Blodwen, I come, I come. End of chapter 24. End of the wonderful adventures of Phra the Phoenician by Edwin Lester Arnold. Read by Phil Benson in Sydney, Australia.